Hello, I want to thank everybody for coming. Sorry about this small tech glitch. You know how it can be today. I am thrilled to be hosting today's Compounding Pharmacies Business Salon. We have 22 leaders from the compounding industry, and it's a great mix of pharmacists, consultants, and legal experts. They're all here to talk with you about the compounding industry, the challenges of running the business in today's world, and how you can look at ways to grow your business, increase revenue, and market share. We're running concurrent tracks, marketing, operations, and opportunities. All the sessions will be recorded so you can download them and view the sessions you are unable to attend live. If you're looking to get CE credits, you have 30 days to review the sessions and the associated questionnaire. A little bit about the platform. I'm sure you've noticed all the rooms on the side. Once you click on the rooms, do remember to hit join. Also, can you please, if you want to ask any questions or something, please raise your hand. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if everybody hears me. Great, thank you. Any moment now, we're going to have our first session, our keynote, Gabrielle Kozel, who's the Acting Director, the Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach, the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance from the FDA. Just give us one more moment. I know she's here and looking forward to speaking with everybody. There she is. All right, Gaby, I'm going to let you take it away from here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to just share my slides here. 1 minute. All right. Please if you can't see my slides. Today, I'm pleased to join today's conference and provide an opening talk and an update FDA 2021 update on compounding policy and oversight. My name is Gaby Kozel, and as mentioned, I am Director of Division of Compounding Policy and Outreach in the Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance. So today I'd like to cover some updates in three buckets. One is to discuss a bit policy activities and oversight activities on compounding during COVID-19 the past year. Then I'd like to provide some additional policy updates related to compounding. And finally, I'll talk about our outreach activity, including our work under our relatively new initiative, the Compounding Quality Center of Excellence. So just to level set, FDA advances policy on drug compounding, we really seek to balance a number of goals. First and foremost, we seek to protect the public health. We're also clarity to stakeholders, though, and decrease regulatory burden where possible. We get a lot of questions and comments from stakeholders, which are really significant inputs that inform our policy development process, and we welcome that. We also provide clarity where we can about the roles of FDA in the states, which for compound is a very important topic. And finally, we want to back access to compounded drugs with supporting approved drugs whenever possible. Building on that last point, when we develop our policy, we seek to consider the compound necessity. And then if approved drugs meet patients' medical needs, we really want our policy to support their primary use. Of course, when patients we want to ensure that appropriate quality standards are in place for quality. So let me discussion now of FDA's policies and oversight activities during the pandemic. About a year ago now, we at FDA, and I think people in the room were busy work to try to understand and address the impacts of the COVID-19 public emergency on our medical products supply. We tried to act fairly quickly where we thought we could have an impact by issuing a number of temporary guidances to help address supply disruptions that we were seeing put patients at risk. And these guidances include a pair of guidances addressing compounding during the pandemic by out facilities and compounds, guidance on sanitizers and related guidance for other entities using hand sanitizers, guidance on compounding and standard PPE is not available, guidance on repackaging of propofol, and it's reporting during the pandemic, which does cover outsourcing facilities as well for increased production of compounded drugs to address supply disruptions. So I'll begin by talking about our two guidances on compounding the pandemic, really aimed at mitigating some of the supply disruptions we saw for certain therapies needed for COVID-19 patients. In general, just as a backdrop, FDA tries to address drug shortages by restoring supplies of FDA-approved drugs first. But of course, compounded drugs can be a really important source of drugs during shortage as well. And in light of the exigencies posed by COVID-19, we determined it would be for us to provide some additional flexibilities so that compounders were better able to meet these needs when FDA-approved products weren't available. When we put these two guidances together for outsourcing facilities as well as compounders under 503A, we try to draft them so they would prioritize sourcing of approved drugs when possible, and if not, then prioritize sourcing of drugs from sourcing facilities first before turning to other compounders. So I'll just provide a quick overview of these two. Our temporary guidance for outsourcing facilities provides flexibility on statutory provisions on essentially a copy, including a 90-day period after a product is removed from the list of products that's referenced in the guidance to provide some market certainty for entities wishing to produce those products. There's flexibility on the use of bulk drug substances to compound drugs that are not on FDA's drug shortage list. So some of the products on the list referenced the guidance are not currently on the shortage list. This flexibility does not address provisions related to conformance with USP standards, sourcing from registered suppliers, and the like. Those still apply. And there's flexibility on CGMP expectations related to stability studies and expiration dates, which I'll discuss a little bit more in a minute. So the guidance has a number of conditions. It applies to drugs that are on the list referenced in the guidance that we made on our website, and the drug contains only one active ingredient. I'll show the list in a minute, but basically single ingredient aqueous solutions, a set of them. It applies for compounded drugs that are provided directly to a hospital that has tried and been unable to get adequate supplies of FDA-approved drug products with the same active for the same route. It also expects weekly reporting for drug products compounded under the guidance. The weekly reports include the information that are typically reported in the biannual report that outsourcing facilities provide to FDA, that the OFs provide the cumulative number of individual units of the drug product produced during the current reporting period iteratively as the weeks go on. So as I mentioned, there are some expectations related to stability testing and expiration dates. Basically, the products produced under the guidance have to meet the conditions described in an Appendix A of that guidance, which provides some pathways for stability testing. That if the compounded drug is an aqueous sterile solution for injection and all ingredients are relatively soluble, there's some default BUD that may be used that are slightly longer. And then limited stability testing is initiated once the aggregate batch size is expected to exceed 1,000 units. And finally, that container closure system is used for previous experience and data. Products currently referenced in the guidance. It has stayed relatively stable in the past several months. The last change was that epinephrine was removed in October of last year. And these are the products that to date have been produced by outsourcing facilities under the guidance. I'll now just talk briefly about our counterprovisions for compounding pharmacies that are not outsourcing facilities. This offers temporary flexibility related to the essentially a copy provision, as well as the prescription requirement in Section 503A. Again, the policy applies to the drugs that are on the list referenced in the guidance. And here, the expectation is that the hospital is unable to obtain FDA-approved drugs or drugs from outsourcing facilities before turning to drugs compounded by pharma under Section 503A. There's also an expectation that the pharmacy compounding under the guidance notifies their state board of pharmacy, and the board says that they don't object to the activity. I think this connection with the State Board of Pharmacy is really important, as states are the primary entity overseeing compounding pharmacies, state licensed compounding pharmacies. There's an expectation that the order be marked with the hot name of the hospital and COVID-19, and that patients receiving the drugs, the list of the patients that receive the drugs, be sent back to the compounder within a month. There's limited beyond use states as well, and an expectation to report adverse events. I'll move on now to our policy on compounding of alcohol-based hand sanitizers during the pandemic. The guidance describes a number of conditions, including production according to a specific formula, and that additional ingredients are not added. For example, ingredients to improve smell or taste due to the risk of accidental ingestion. And there's a number of circumstances in the guidance that you can see if you refer to the guidance. As you may know, last summer there was an increase in hand sanitizer products that are labeled to contain ethanol, but that actually tested positive for methanol contamination. And in addition, there were state reports of adverse events from adults and children that were ingesting these products contaminated with methanol, and including blindness, hospitalizations, and death. So these were very serious events, and in response, we updated our hand sanitizer guidance in August to address testing for methanol. And under the revised guidance, any alcohol or isopropyl alcohol containing more than 630 parts per million methanol is not consistent with the temporary policy, so would not be. Compounders can use a laboratory to test supplies of alcohol or isopropyl alcohol for methanol content, but FDA strongly recommends a lab that's been inspected by FDA and in compliance with CGMP. In addition, some other updates. Since that time, the United Pharma Appeal Convention has revised their monograph for alcohol, dehydrated alcohol, to include a limit for methanol test in the ID section. And finally, in January of this year, FDA also issued a guidance on testing of alcohol and isopropyl alcohol for methanol, which can be seen at that link. So, compounding has played a very important role in the delivery of care to patients during the pandemic. But FDA has also sought to alert compounders and providers to potential risks where we see them. And to that end, earlier this year, we communicated concerns about the potential compounding of remdesivir and thymosin for use in patients with COVID-19. For thymosin, the agency became aware of drug products containing thymosin being offered to patients for COVID-19, but thymosin is not approved to treat any condition, including COVID-19. And we clarified that thymosin does not meet the conditions for compounding under sections 503A and 503B. On remdesivir, FDA published a compounding risk alert in February describing complexities that may make this drug particularly challenged to compound. The agency is concerned that if it were to be compounded, patients might receive substandard or low-quality compounded remdesivir products, which could result in patient harm. So turning to oversight, as folks know, FDA inspections were temporarily suspended at the beginning of the pandemic, and they resumed last summer in a limited fashion under a new risk-based assessment system. Of course, as everyone knows, we are not yet back to normal on inspections due to the continued challenges imposed by the pandemic. But we are, working diligently to do as much as we can in this space, and we hope things will improve soon. However, in the meantime, while inspections are limited, we're exploring other ways to provide oversight and engage in these important conversations with the industry. So we've started a new initiative we call remote regulatory assessments to allow FDA and outsourcing facilities to continue dialogue and collaboration when we, aren't conducting our inspections in the same way. And these assessments are based on records review and are conducted under FDA's authority under Section 704 and 503B. Some examples of records that FDA might request are shown here, facility design diagrams, adverse event reports, product labels, etc. We've just begun to pursue this and hope it's going to be a useful one. All right, now to provide some updates on policy matters that aren't directly related to the pandemic, starting with the FDA State Memorandum of Understanding, updates on our bulks list development efforts, and on insanitary conditions. So the final standard MOU, this was a major milestone for us. We published the final standard memorandum of understanding interstate distribution of compounded drugs in October of last year. And of course, a condition of Section 503A is that a compounded drug may be eligible for the exemptions under that section only if it's made in a state that has entered into an MOU with FDA that addresses distribution of inordinate amounts of compounded drugs and provides for investigation of complaints related to those products. Or if the state has not entered into the MOU, there's a limit on distribution of compounded drugs outside of the state to 5% of total prescription orders by the pharmacy. So this finalization of this standard MOU has been a long time coming. And we had a lot of, we had a number of versions of this previously, and we've had a lot of comments from the states, although those have gotten smaller and smaller over time. And we're also worked closely with the NABP on development. In this version of the MOU, we really tried to address any remaining concerns raised by the states about the document, including sources concerns, signature authority concerns, and questions about authority over physician compounding. Just a slide on to remind folks why FDA views this as a very important piece of implementation. As folks know, compounders under Section 503 are mainly overseen by their home state regulator. And Congress did not intend for compounders operating under Section 503 to grow into conventional manufacturing operations, conducting a substantial portion of their business interstate without adequate oversight. If this happens, if large portions of a compounder's drug go outside of state borders, adequate regulation of these drugs can really pose logistical, regulatory, and financial challenges to state regulators. It can be very difficult to investigate and address multi-state outbreaks, to follow up on complaints, et cetera. So you can envision a scenario where a poor-performing pharma located in the state with insufficient resources to engage in routine oversight, and this would put patients in other states at risk. So the MOU, in place provides a sort of better approach to coordinate information sharing and inform oversight, both coordinate between states and with states and the FDA. So on the MOU, our next steps, we're currently in a one-year grace period that we've said we would deploy before we would enforce the 5% statutory limit on interstate distribution for compounders located that have not signed the MOU. States can sign the MOU at any time, but this grace period is just for states to, consider and provide some time to make decisions before the enforcement of 5% begins. As folks may know, NABP are also making available an information sharing network for interests to use to, in part, complete the information collections associated with the MOU. So, as I mentioned, state resource concerns was one comment we had when we were developing the MOU, and we heard that, and so what we did is, through a grant to NABP, have had them develop an information sharing system that states may use to get information from pharmacies about the products they distribute across state lines, and use that to report to FDA as required under the MOU entities that cross that 50% threshold that the final standard MOU describes, which is a threshold for information reporting and not a limit on interstate distribution. An update on progress on the 503B bulk list. Of course, as you know, it's a condition of 503B that an outsourcing facility doesn't compound using bulk drug substances unless it appears on a list established by the secretary identifying substances for which there is a clinical need or it's in shortage. And FDA has published proposals to include or not include bulk substances on the 503B bulks list in the Federal Register. In August, so this is just a bit of a recap on prior FRNs. We issued one in August 2018 where we proposed to not include 3 substances. In March 2019, we similarly proposed for 2 substances that we did not find a clinical need for inclusion in the list. In September 2019, we proposed to not include 9 bulk substances, and in July of 2020, we proposed adding 4 bulk drug substances to the bulks list, and these include diphenylcyclopropanone, you'll have to forgive me if I mispronounce some of these, glycolic acid, squaric acid dibutylester, and trichloroacetic acid. Additionally, we proposed 19 bulk drug substances not be included on the list. And then, as some may have seen, actually, we just yesterday/today announced the publication of a new Federal Register notice that identifies one bulk quinaquine hydrochloride that we are proposing on the 3B list, as well as 4 bulk drug substances that we are proposing not to include on the list, and those are bromphenic sodium, mitomycin C, nipafenac, and hydroxychloroquine sulfate. Regarding quinaquine, the agency nominated quinaquine hydrochloride to compound oral products for the treatment of cutaneous lupus. This is a summary slide of the bulk drug substances evaluated to date, and it shows our proposed and final determinations as described in the register notice published between 2018 and today. So we've looked at a total of 40 bulk drug substances now, and to date we've proposed to include 5 and proposed to not include 35 with a final determination for 2 of those, nicardipine hydrochloride and vasopressin. On the 503A bulk list, we're continuing our work here as well, and the law directs us to make, which we are directed to do via the statutory provision described here. As a reminder, under 503A, compounders can automatically compound with a bulk substance that's a component of an FDA-approved drug or that's subject of an applicable USP monograph. And if neither of those are the case, then they may also compound if the drug is on a list that we create through regulation, which we call the 503A bulks list. So this is a recap of prior actions here. We had a rulemaking in February 2019 where we codified criteria used to evaluate substances nominated for inclusion on the list and added 6 substances and did not add 4. We did a proposed rule in September 2019 where we proposed 5 substances for the list and proposed 26 substances not be added. Excuse me. And I think that's our latest update on the work on the list. But the work on the 503A list is also ongoing as well. And then on insanitary conditions, this past November, FDA also published a final guidance on the sanitary conditions at compounding facilities. And it included a few clarifications, related to the processing of beta-lactams, the physician in-office compounding and administration. On that point, what the clarification says is that FDA generally does not intend to take action under Section 501A2A, regarding preparation under insanitary conditions against a physician who's compounding a drug product, repackaging an approved drug product, or mixing, diluting, repackaging a licensed biological product, provided that it occurs in the physician's office for in-office administration to the physician's patients. We also included in the final guidance recommendations encouraging compounders to use risk evaluation strategies and risk management tools to put in place appropriate controls to prevent the occurrence of insanitary conditions at their facilities. Finally, last year we put on our website a number of policy clarifications, including 2 relevant to guidance on hospital and health system compounding and guidance on the copies provisions under sections 503A and 503B. So on hospital and health systems compounding, we said that the agency's draft guidance, which includes what folks may, often refer to as the 1 mile radius provision, is still in draft, and we're planning to issue a revision. The draft guidance was issued for public comment and hasn't been implemented. So the 1 mile radius relates to a proposed enforcement policy that would provide the hospital to conduct non-patient specific distribution of compounded drugs within the health system. So we're looking at these policies still as the long and short of this policy clarification, and that draft guidance has not been implemented. So essentially the copy guidances, we said the agency, a couple clarifications here. First, we said the agency does not consider drugs that are on FDA shortage list or that have been continued and are no longer marketed to be commercially available. Actually a copy provision for pharmacy and physician compounders regulated under Section 503A. So we were getting questions on this. I wanted to make sure it was clear. Also, we wanted to clarify that the agency does not consider a compounded drug produced by an outsourcing facility to be essentially a copy if it's identical or nearly identical to an FDA-approved drug, the drug shortage list. And similarly, for drugs that have been discontinued and are no longer marketed, FDA would not take action in that case. We also received questions and comments on our policies for applying the essentially a copy provision when outsourcing facilities compound drugs starting with an approved drug rather than a bulk drug substance. And we're looking at this, address these comments in an upcoming revision to the guidance. All right. In my final section here, I want to talk about some of our outreach activities and engagement activities. Stakeholder engagement is a hugely important part of our overall program. We need stakeholder input to do our work. It's critical. We welcome stakeholder views on our policies and oversight activities. We want to understand, firsthand impact on public health. We want to understand implications for current practice. So we have and are continuing to try to make sure we have good channels in place to get this feedback and get communication. We hold annual stakeholder listening sessions and other related meetings. We have intergovernmental meetings with state and federal partners. We solicit comments on our policy proposals. We really welcome comments on those. And we welcome questions and requests for guidance on ways to comply with statutory requirements. Mentioned earlier, this is really, we really rely on this to help inform our policy development process. This is a snapshot of some of the activities I'll have. I want to talk about our compounding excellence, our annual listening sessions, and some additional listening sessions we're rolling out this year, and then our engagement with the state boards of pharmacy. So our Compounding Quality Center of Excellence is a large new initiative that was launched in 2019, and we're very excited about this initiative. Its overall goal is to really sort of shift our approach to a more engagement focused approach, and with the goal of improving and strengthening the quality of compounded drugs, primarily those made at outsourcing facilities. The flagship piece of this effort, as folks may know, is a large amount of training on current good manufacturing practice for outsourcing facilities and entities that wish to become outsourcing facilities to help elevate sector performance and improve product quality. These trainings also address other regulatory requirements as well. We've got both instructor-led training and self-guided web-based training, which I'll cover on the next slide. The other prongs of the Center of Excellence include research. We've been conducting market analysis
and then we'll make you a speaker, and you should be good to go. Okay? Did I fuck this up? I fucked this up. Okay, so now I'm looking for the presenters for the opportunity trap. David Kizor. David Kizor. David Kizor, Thomas Kupiak, Ray Solano, and Scott Lust. Tom Kupiak. Ray Solano. Lano. And then Scott Lust, Lust. Hi, Scott. Do you want to turn on your camera?
Yeah, there we go. How are you?
Waiting for the other panelist. More moment. Sorry, everybody else. Give us one more moment. Dean?
Hi, Dave.
Okay, great. Do you guys want to see if we can get on the screen, and then we can start this session?
Sounds good, thanks.
All right, Lee. Oh, wait, who did we just lose?
I think it was Tom.
We just lost Dr. Cooper, right? All right, Lee, can you turn on your camera? Hi, Lee, can you turn on your camera? Okay, great. It looks like everybody is here. I'm not sure where Ray Solano is, but why don't we get started? Can everybody hear me okay? Thumbs
Yes.
up? Okay. Again, very sorry about the delay. For all of our attendees, I'm thrilled to introduce our panelists for this very exciting session, the role of compounding pharmacy in the future of clinical management of diseases. So this is going to be a free-flowing discussion. We have some objectives which are going to basically function as just some jumping off points for the discussion. And we'll start that with the first point that we thought we'd talk about is to talk about demonstrating how we define the way clinical management of diseases are done and the role that compounding pharmacies can play. Do you guys want to just jump in on this? How do you want to, who wants to start? Lee, why don't I let you start? I suppose we should do a test check first. Lee, Tom, can you guys, can we hear you? According to my screen, you're all not muted.
Well, Vivian, I can start if you want me to.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I'm Dave Kaiser. I'm a pharmacist by training and really focused on pharmacogenomics. Probably got a lot about pharmacogenomics, but from my aspect, we're getting to the area of precision medicine, the era of precision medicine, where we want to really refine a patient's medications. And one of the aspects that I see with compounding pharmacy is the ability to get precise doses. in pharmacogenomics, where we're looking at the patient's response to medications based on their genetics, we now have over 25 guidelines that are available to help folks, make clinical decisions, incorporating genetics into the rest of the information they have. But oftentimes we can run into the case where we have specific dosing requirements that are not available in standard strengths. And this is where compounding pharmacy can really come into play, I believe. I think it's really going to be the key to getting that precision medicine. For instance, we might have somebody who is what we call an ultra-rapid metabolizer, needing a much higher dose of a medication. And therefore, that strength may not be available. And can a compounding pharmacy provide that connection? So I think it's really, really important from that aspect.
Mm-hmm. I agree, David. I was thinking about, when I heard the question, I was thinking about kind of historically and how far it's come. So I've been around for a while. I'm a pharmacist by training. For the last 10 years or so, I've been dealing really with data curation, both of drugs and metrics that we were doing for adherence and compliance, et cetera, in a previous part of my career. But when you think about it over time, how rapidly everything was on paper until really very recently. And so the ability to capture a lot of that information electronically and then be able to use it now, it's been really important. But even on the pharmacy side, when I was dispensing, very first dispensing was on paper and we typed labels. And so I know I'm dating myself a little bit, but just in my career, we've covered a lot of ground in a relatively short amount of time, and being able to capture that data to apply toward, customizing therapy for people has been really, there's some catching up to do. It's kind of doing, it's spurts over. But.
Yeah, I think when you speak about the data that we have and trying to pull that all into a decision support kind of tool, wherever that decision support is, whether it's in the pharmacy or, at the patient interface in other settings, it's really become important. I mean, that's what we're moving to. I think something like 89% of clinicians now use electronic health records. And so, we need this interoperability to pull in data from different systems and also from databases, right? And so I think it's in the theoretical realm, we can talk about pharmacogenomics and we have 25 guidelines plus, and it's being applied in a lot of places now. But, and I know, Scott, you've mentioned this before, and I'm going to steal this from you.
Scott, can you hear me?
You talked about.
Okay, can you say something so I know that you're on?
Yeah, I'm on. Dr. Kaiser's speaking currently. You should be able to hear him.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think we're waiting on Lee.
Actually, Tom,
so we've got
we
you,
started.
And then we're just needing Dr. Kaiser and Lee Rosebush.
Well, Tom currently can't.
Now, we had trouble getting, it was blocking, our system was being blocked. That may be what's happening with David and Lee, because they're still not on, right?
Well, no, we've got David and Lee. I can see Lee. I don't know why we can't hear him, because it says that he's listed here.
It is muted. I was going to say Lee is muted in that app.
Lee is muted in the app is what our IT specialist is saying. We're okay though now, right? So I can let my IT specialist off the hook.
Yeah, you're good. Lee,
Thanks,
Lee doesn't look muted to me. So thank you. So why don't we start without Lee?
He's critical to the discussion, but whatever we need to do. And there's also Dave Geiser's missing.
No, David's here.
Oh, he's
Can you not
muted.
see him?
No, we don't see him.
David, you're here, right?
Oh yeah. So I was just saying that I was going to steal something from Scott. The real end point is,
Scott, you don't see David, do you? Oh, you can see him? Yeah, I can't see him in my deal.
So the real end point is getting this kind of printer idea, right? You've heard of these 3D printers, and Scott's mentioned this a couple of times, but I really think that that's where the compounding pharmacy will complete that circle, right? Being able to get that actual dosage form that's precise.
Yeah. Yeah. We had a lot of discussions about the future of pharmacy around Cardinal and specifically Infuse, where I was working about, what would that look like in the future? Is it, compounding tablets? And there's real life examples of that now that I think we're all aware of. And then, printing into the adhesive layer of a patch or something. And there's, of course, I think as Tom pointed out in the earlier in our Connect last week, there's regulatory and there's GMP type considerations there. But yeah, getting down to that drug, that dose for that patient is really
and there's a number of resources out there now. I guess from the federal side of things, the Food and Drug Administration has provided a table of pharmacogenetic associations.
Vivian, I can't hear David or Lee or anybody else.
That's the real connection with using pharmacogenomics, because it's not often found in the drug labels, right, in the labeling. And so you need to depend on other resources, and the FDA has that resource available now.
And the chat, because he can hear everybody, and then we're going to try and get his figure out why it is that we are not able to hear him. But just look to the chat to see kind of his contribution. Okay.
One of the things that there was an oncologist in New York who I think was doing a study for Flatiron, where he was trying to discover a lot of unstructured data within notes fields and within fields within the EHR, because the EHRs really, there's a lot of things that get bolted onto them, but functionally they're, I think everybody agrees that they can be difficult to work in. And so there's data stashed in notes fields and labs and things that aren't in a discrete field, that aren't really discoverable. And so there's unstructured data that's out there that that is necessary for this kind of work too.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've got the situation where with the early genesis of pharmacogenomics, laboratories have been providing reports that are essentially PDFs. And so they'll be attached to some electronic health record. But here you're talking about, maybe 45, 50, 60 pages of information that needs to be boiled down into discrete fields, like you're talking about, Scott, right? And so they can not only be, used for the individual patient, but also for data aggregation, right, and putting together information for the health system. So, from the compounding pharmacy side of things, I know there were pharmacists in Vermont that worked very diligently to get access to the electronic health records. So from different entities, so they had that information in their compounding pharmacy to make the same kind of clinical decisions that others would make. So that's really important. I think right now, with Epic and Cerner, maybe the two biggest, at least well-known names as far as EHRs go, they don't provide a standard module for genetic data or connection with pharmacies, right? And so these are being built in individual modules by different entities, and of course they're different everywhere you go, right? So the interoperability of those is minimal to none, and we've got to get patients to the point where they know that their data is theirs and not a certain entity's, and it's untethered, so that pharmacies have access to this data.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at a pharmacogenomic report right here, which happens to be mine, and it's 20 pages long. And so reducing 20 pages to some actionable data, and it's color coded with red, green, and yellow smiley faces at the drug level, but it's a lot of pages to look through to see what I could or shouldn't be prescribed, or if there should be a dose adjustment or even a therapy adjustment. It's hard to look through.
Yeah, I think that the regulatory agencies have been really putting their thumb down on pharmacogenomics because of the lack of standardization and what information is being, given to
There we go.
clinicians and patients. Now, it's not that they have their thumb on it now as much as they used to. This was early on when some laboratories came onto the market and were charging exorbitant amounts for PGX testing. That's changed, completely now. Two big things have happened in the last year and a half. The first was that in 2020, and I guess a little bit over a year, in February, the FDA published that table of pharmacogenetic associations. That's the first thing. The second thing is, as far as coverage for pharmacogenetics, the Medicare administrative contractors in molecular diagnostics, those contractors, there's 4 of them, had a coverage determination that is more broadly covered pharmacogenomics, especially in behavioral health. So in psych and depression especially, but broader yet. So that's good news for pharmacies. And again, I think the whole idea of being able to compound that precise dose based on evidence-based guidelines is really great. So.
Yeah, agreed. Lee and Tom, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm in now. Thank you so much.
Okay, great.
I didn't do it.
I love it.
So we were just in a discussion about the current state, kind of general idea of where disease states are being managed and some nuances and some new things that were going on. So.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if you guys got to this, but I thought we'd also talk about how compounding pharmacies can deliver novel medicines, including combinations with the ability to fine-tune the dose to specific patients.
Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit, but there's certainly more discussion that maybe Tom and Lee can add to in that kind of thing.
Yeah, my concern is the quality aspect of it. I think there's no doubt that this precision medicine is the future, has a future clinical utility for the patient. And how do you, I think is the big question and conundrum, how do you compound a unique product on a unique patient? Already the question's up or from a quality perspective, and you want to ensure you have a safe and effective product given to the patient. So how do you maintain that potency and consider the different excipients and the dosage forms, as well as even the container closure ability? So there's a lot of information and thought process that needs to go into that process, and even maybe change the way we're approaching or approach the thinking toward it from a practical quality perspective.
And it's in actually, as we the more of the individualized based medicines, things like CAR T, where you have individual doses that may be $1 million more. The interesting thing is those are really based more for individual individuals as they move forward, because you're really hacking, for lack of a better term, the RNA or specific DNA of an individual. And so you really are basing your medication on 1 or 2 individuals that are very, very similar. Those are really geared towards individualized. It's hard to make a patient where your audience is one. And so to become more individualized, particularly in genetic medication, I think you'll see even more of a need for individualized medication pharmacists. I think we're starting to see that more with the recognition by provider practitioners that there really is a unique need for these types of medications. Even things like water pills, things like lisinoprils or hydrochlorothiazide, or the need between a cardiac patient versus a PEDS patient, for example, or diabetes, those doses can dramatically differ. As a pharmacist, I think one of the things that we is that unique dosing, and that will become that much more important as we move forward.
There in Europe, as I'm thinking about it, I think maybe in the Netherlands, either they have done or are doing a combination printed tablet with 4 different medications in it. Is that ringing bells here? But I didn't know, Tom, have you heard that impact of quality, from from some of this work that's been going on overseas.
David, some of the sound, I don't believe we could barely hear what you were saying. And even Scott, it's a little blurry, but I think you were talking about some of the work being done in the Netherlands and printed type medication. And I think that the approach is, it's almost, I think of like the automated machines in the hospitals now, where they're validating the process and they're validating the sterility and they're validating the delivery mechanisms. And then once you validate that process, more like the GMP approach, then that may perhaps could be integrated or flow into a real life practical, compounding world, perhaps. But there's a long ways to go from that perspective. Is that what you're talking about, Scott?
Yeah, I just, I know they're doing that kind of work over there, but I haven't read about it for a while, and I didn't know if they were finding on the therapeutic side or, on the outcome side, whether this, combination of four different drugs is showing any of these quality problems or
David, are you aware of any compounding pharmacist that is actually testing the patient and then compounding that specifically and then doing quality control on it, all three aspects of it in a practical real life situation today?
I know of compounding pharmacies in Indiana, in the Fort Wayne area, that are doing that. They're adding in the pharmacogenomic side of things, though, to be more precise. I would say also, relative to what Scott and what Tom were talking about with combining medications and making dosage forms, it really, on the patient side, comes to improving adherence, right? And being able to, just be more adherent to these different regimens. And there's ways to do that. I think we're at the start of this whole process of really improving patient adherence because of pharmacogenomics also.
And David, I would agree with you that we're at the very beginning. I don't know if you guys can hear me better now, but I apologize for a minute.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Like I was saying a minute ago, we're really aware of three particular disease states where this is really starting to happen. One is in the BHRT space. Think of it like testosterones, right? Where you have an individualized clinic that will be doing the laboratory work and then can prepare the compounded medication directly for that individual patient needs. And the needs, particularly in the hormone space, can be dramatic differently. It could be whether it be somebody is going through a change, right? Whether it's for prostate use for testosterone, or whether or not it's for an individual male who just needs it because they're reducing their testosterone, for example. And so you can think of the different doses that all three of those would need if you were doing a female-to-male change, whether you were doing a prostate change, or for a male who just needs it themselves, how those would be needed for the individualized aspects, and it could be tied to the lab quite easily. Another one, and I think it's probably the most relevant, is in that CAR T space. So you'll have a medication that's $1 million easily, right? Where it's really geared for an individual patient or maybe a family where it's one or two an audience of. It's not really made for CGMP type production because you're really producing it for one or two individuals. But yet you'll have a contract with a PBM that'll say, look, if it doesn't work, right, we'll only pay you half, but if it works, we're going to pay you the full thing. So you need somebody who's got that type of production at a very sophisticated compounding pharmacy who can help make that medication and prepare it. That it's potentially $1 million lying on the line. Mm-hmm. And so I would say the other that we tend to see is in the onc space, the oncology space. Think of it like breast cancers where you have HER receptor positive, for example, where you'd have a particular medication that's needed for a very specific breast cancer, right? Again, those are individualized needs. Obviously, the IVs usually are done as a compounded, whether they're in a hospital or they're in a pharmacy. And you're starting to see more and more of those needs where you're going through a specialty pharmacy with a special PBM contract.
It's interesting. I think of very good comments on Lee on the two aspects on that. First, the BHRT. That reminds me the method or the approach is more like the old therapeutic drug monitoring, where they're measuring a level of testosterone, and then they're saying, okay, based upon this outcome or this true marker that of the level of testosterone, then we're going to treat you according to that dosage. So you have that individualized patient, you have that result, and then you have that treatment. That's different, whereas the pharmacogenomics I'm seeing involved more in the oncology space, where they're looking at the different the specific slow or fast metabolizers. What are the markers in relationship to that treatment? So they're almost doing the genetic test prior to the drug just based upon your genetic and dosing based upon your genetics, where the former, they're doing that drug levels or your natural levels of testosterone. But I definitely think it's early on. And I think there's so much opportunity for the CAR T cells, especially at talking about personalized. That's your own cells.
Exactly.
Yeah, pharmacogenomics is taking a more, predictive is probably not the right word, but it's, we're gonna assess what the therapy likely is going in that direction versus taking blood samples and bumping into what would be a dose to give that is for that patient. So
Yeah, right. Like,
a population-based type parameter versus individual back toward it.
right, and Scott, I think what you're bringing up is really important too, and something I want to talk about what Tom said too. So Scott, from the standpoint of being reactionary versus being preemptive, right? Pharmacogenomics allows you to be preemptive and have some prediction of what that patient's going to look like as far as handling medication. But right now we're in the reactive stage, right? I mean, you give a medication, something's not right. Maybe it's inefficacy or it's an adverse drug reaction. And then you try to say, okay, why is it happening? And then you go back and check in the genetics and you see it, right? So we need to get to the preemptive standpoint. And Tom, relative to what you were speaking about, I think it's really important, as small as a study may be, that these studies are done in the compounding world, where the aspects of precision are put into place and outcomes are measured. Because you're not going to have these kind of studies from a clinical development standpoint. A couple of reasons. One is that some of the genetic variations we see in patients are so rare that you're not going to be able to recruit enough patients into a clinical study to have an N that will be powered with study enough. And secondly, some of the the outcomes are adverse reaction based, and so you're unethical if you're going to randomize somebody to an outcome that's an adverse event. So some really great points, Scott and Tom. Yeah.
Well, and David, I would echo that, right? As we move farther along, one of the things that we're seeing, not to throw shade at anybody, right? But if you look at the NASM reports or you look at FDA reports, is the requirement for additional clinical information. The problem becomes is as we get into more of this individualized personal medicine, how do you do a study with an N of 1 or an N of 2, right? You really can't. And so you can't shoehorn it into the need like you would in the situation for the same type of clinical information and say, look, we are going to require that when you're really trying to individualize this to a need where you couldn't do that clinical trial even if you wanted to.
I think this is some excellent comments because of all the issues. I think you're right on target of this bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, this BHRT. And Dave, your thought process of looking at the outcome, that's exactly what we need to do more of. We look at the quality. Obviously, I have an inherent bias toward the practicality of the formulations or pharmaceutical aspect of it. But you're looking at, is there a patient outcome and a positive response without an adverse reaction? I think a more focus needs to occur on that. But these kind of discussions that we're having here today, because you have 4 individuals from all different perspectives coming together for really that positive outcomes for that patient. I think, Lee, you hit the nail on the head with that. The BHRT, I think that's a big issue. That's a big component of compounders today. And then definitely it's being looked at and addressed, but yet you have literally millions of patients across the United States that are utilizing that, and that question is being looked at. Is this what needs to be done with it? How to do it? And I think sometimes we forget about the patient and the patient's outcomes. So I think those are excellent comments, David and Lee and Scott.
And Lee, to your point, there's a paper that came out, and I'll see if I can somehow get this to everybody through this venue afterwards. But the study was called the N of 1, and it's a really interesting look at what you're talking about.
No, I appreciate that, and I think it's extremely relevant, particularly now, as again, nothing wrong or right as to what was being said, just the requirement or request for additional information. It's important to remember where we're at, and as unique as we're trying to make this, particularly in the individualized side and personalized side, you really can't make it into a clinical trial. And I think that becomes the crux of the issue. FDA themselves are so used to, and most healthcare providers are the same way, so used to what has been done over the last 50 to 100 years of large clinical trials. And it doesn't fit itself there. to me, I think that's where we're really heading as we start to think about this more, right, as a holistic approach as a healthcare provider, right? If I take the pharmacy hat on, the advocacy hat off, is you're wanting to have these pharmacies and providers and labs really work together. So that way they're tied together. So somebody can walk in, get a blood test, see what it's done, walk over to the provider and say, this is what it means, and walk over to the pharmacy so they get an individualized patient treatment for that exact need. And as we get closer and closer to that, right, it rubs with what we've done over the last 50 to 100 years.
Yeah, I think that's a very thoughtful perspective on it. I mean, and then take it even a step further as we're sitting here fantasizing about the future. I mean, I think this whole topic, that this was an excellent thing that the Pharma Salon pulled together, this role of compounding pharmacists in the future of clinical management. Take what Scott started out the discussion with, maybe a vending machine, of going in, seeing it, and then printing, doing the test, genetic test, coming up with the medication, and then printing your drug.
Right.
I mean, that would almost be like space, like.
Mm-hmm.
I think
the future.
Yeah.
I do think that it's really important for compounding pharmacies, compounding pharmacy organizations to present case reports, individual case reports, where there's outcomes information, because these bigger studies are not going to be done. Sponsors are not going to pay, as Lee was saying, sponsors are not going to pay for more clinical studies once their drug's on the market, unless they see some kind of benefit, and they're not going to see it in this realm, right? So I think it's a great point.
Yeah. If they do, you'll end up like, and I say if you do, they'll end up like CAR-T, where the medications are $1 million in individual treatment.
Right. Yeah.
I love your recommendation, Ivan, of doing more. I think sometimes the compounder pharmacists, they think they're not doing those clinical trials, and so maybe not, because often they're operating more in a micro section of their community. So it's more of a community area. It's meeting that state, that region or that rural type process. But it would be good to try to get a lot more literature or published in the peer review, and I think maybe the acceptance also would be better from that, to get greater case reports, which would aid in the education, as you were saying, that the NACE report's requesting more of that.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
I think from the payer side, there's a pragmatic approach that they take to these things. We're all aware that CAR-T is so expensive, but it's a risk benefit, it seems like, on their side to the payer, and not a risk benefit to the patient. And so that pragmatic approach to approval or not approval oftentimes rules when, if we did have the data, we could, like you all are pointing out, if we did have some solid, we could point to in the form of case studies or larger clinical trials. I think that would carry a lot more influence on
Well, and I agree with you, right? It's somebody on the other side, right, who represents the pharmacies in this situation. That becomes the rub. Look, we have put ourselves in a position with some of the things that happened with skin creams over the last couple of years, right? Well, let's be honest. On the flip side, though, it shouldn't be that one disease state should be looked at as it representing the entire industry. And I almost wonder if it's not reverting back to, 10, 20 years ago to say, look, this is sort of like a capitated model. And so we've got to do what we've got to do. We've got to figure out in the situation whether this individualized personal medication is beneficial-wise, right, risk versus benefit calculation, as compared to a PT or whatever the other type of treatment would be, surgery, etc., moving down that line. And I wonder, as we move forward, especially with trying to, let me say it this way, reduce the amount of drug spend that we have, that if we don't start to see some more of that beneficial calculations to say, okay, do these personalized treatments really mean more? And if we reduce the cost of them, instead of doing $10,000 a treatment, if it's $500 a treatment, but we have all the other lab costs that go with it, does that equal out as to a reduction in the amount of risk that we have as a company?
One of the things about lab costs from the pharmacogenomic standpoint is, right, it's a one-time test. And so it lasts that person the rest of their lifetime. If, of course, that test includes a broad enough panel that will cover certain medications they may be on at some point in time, right? If it's too narrow, you might have to go back and get tested again, right? Or at least if the samples are stored, have them run again. But no, I think that's a really big point, that it's a one-time test and costs have come way down for the test.
I think it's excellent. Even in oncology, when it is commonly used, even for pharmacoeconomics, just think if you're a slow metabolizer, you don't need that much. Instead of spending $100,000 for a drug, you're spending $10,000 for the dosage that you amount. So from that perspective, looking at it from the pharmacoeconomic perspective, but I'm thinking, let's say you do that as a part of the regular regime for that patient, then you would know right up front, if you're a 2D6 metabolizer, slow metabolizer, you're going to need to alter that dosage form. No one is better. I think the compounder, let me reword it. The compounder is in a great position to truly personalize. The first time you set it up, and then that individual retains his genetic profile throughout from his position, and he can say, yes, we know we have a drug-drug interaction. We know I'm a slow metabolizer, I'm a fast metabolizer for your particular enzyme. And then they can direct the effect of the treatment. I think too often, we wait until there's an adverse event, and then we say, hey, I know I published I did a presentation back in, I think it was 2017 at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. It was on the perfect storm. And it was an autism individual who had passed away. They were going to rule it as suicide, but in reality, he was a slow metabolizer, and he had the 2D6, and it was whey. Well, he was small, he was nonverbal. The doctor felt they needed to give him more, so it was the perfect storm. Excessive amounts, the weight was small, he was a slow metabolizer, and on behalf of that, they gave him an additional drug who had a drug-drug interaction that the physician was not aware of the genetics the genetic issue.
Yeah, I think Lee and Tom, those comments are great from the standpoint of decreasing the amount of drug you need, right? I mean, that cost of that drug, it's not really benefiting the patient, right? It may harm the patient. I mean, there's a very famous case where there was a mom who, during the birthing process, had an episiotomy done. You know where I'm going, Tom? I see your head shaking. And the mom was given codeine with Tylenol, with acetaminophen, right? And she was an ultra-rapid metabolizer. She converted so much codeine to morphine. Every time she breastfed her baby, the baby got a dose of morphine, and the baby died of morphine toxicity. So, there's a lot of cases, but those are individual cases, and that's not a study you're going to do. You're not going to randomize people to a toxicity arm, right? But your points are really important, and the compounding pharmacists can do that. They have to follow that all the way through and document that.
But how do we move this idea into the future from a practical perspective? Because these are all great ideas, but how do you make it a reality where it can occur on a regular basis, which would benefit by lowering the cost of the drug, but also having better outcomes for that patient?
To me, it's the discussion that we've been having over the last 10 years as pharmacists. It's that we need to be more than just a vending machine, right? We need to be paid more than just licking stick and throwing out the drug in the situation. We need to be looked at more as a provider. And we need to be able to understand that we're part of a team as a holistic approach. And I completely agree with you, David. I think in this situation, I think as things move forward, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't start to see younger and younger individuals, particularly just as they're born even, have blood tests done from a pharmacogenomic side, so that way you understand it moving forward as part of their permanent medical record what somebody has, for example, and sick proteins and all the other things that go along with that. And if we would have that, now all of a sudden the pharmacist as a provider can give a heck of a lot more valuable advice. And I think that you start to look at more as a provider status than you are as just somebody who's a vending machine to sell drugs.
I think another important thing, and sorry, Scott, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead, and then I'll follow.
Yeah, I think another important thing is to understand a recent ruling by the Food and Drug Administration relative to direct-to-consumer genetic testing. They have approved for direct clinical use the CYP2C19 gene information relative to 2 drugs so far, clopidogrel and citalopram, but more drugs will be coming. So think about this. For the first time now, you can have a patient send their sample to a lab or to a company who has a lab, works with them, get the information back. that can directly be used to affect their therapy without having a healthcare provider or professional in that loop whatsoever. Now think about them with access to the compounding pharmacy or the pharmacist in general. And so that's a really important ruling. It really has opened the door, I think, to some things.
I agree. And I think the COVID situation has helped that, right? Because I think we're actually now starting to see even at-home COVID tests, for example, where they just give an authorization for one. So I think you're going to start to see more and more of that where individuals can take care of themselves at home and use that to walk into the provider more informed.
I think the COVID situation, Lee, has definitely illustrated the importance of the compounded pharmacy there. Now, I'm going to take another step from what David was saying, that you take that prescription, you take that information to that pharmacist. He needs to be understanding the education like you from the pharmacogenomics. But then if he does prepare a tablet or a capsule or a dosage unit, it needs to ensure that it's the right potency. So they have the processes in place that if you are delivering that it's not too much or too little.
Exactly.
I was thinking about even getting to the right drug quickest. And so you have situations where, particularly with antidepressants, and it's often you have to try one, and they either don't reach a therapeutic endpoint, and they don't have a toxicity, and many people will drop off of therapy. I'm not going to receive any help, and it's getting to the right drug and the right dose as quickly as possible to remove all that variation and stops. And there's a cost, of course, both to third-party payers, and so that's important too. We're not completely focused on adverse reactions, but people dropping off therapy because of not being able to find the right drug as fast as they could.
Yeah, I do think that as these different avenues to getting information relative to precision medicine are opened up, that the sponsors, the manufacturers, are not going to be able to respond in a manner that the individual compounding pharmacies can respond. And the FDA is going to want some data behind this, and that's why I think I'm not admittedly as familiar with the compounding pharmacy organizations, but I think that's something that they really should focus on in supporting their members and the community as a whole to document this, this aspect of compounding pharmacy with precision doses and then outcomes.
I 100% agree with you, right? As the chair of the 503B Trade Association, the issue becomes, like we were talking about a minute ago, how you do a clinical trial for one, and the cost associated with it. That's why I'd love to be able to see that article you were talking about, right, to bring it full circle.
Okay.
That'll be interesting to read.
Mm-hmm.
I had that in my mind, Lee, but I wrote it down just now because I know I'm going to forget it. So.
We won't let you forget. I've heard of that
Uh-huh.
article, but I haven't read it. That is supposed to be a good article.
I don't know if you guys see, but there's a question. Are there technology solutions for automating patient outcomes review and documentation?
So I know that there are a number of companies that have built algorithms that take into account the information from technologies like DNA testing, but also lifestyle, environmental, other drugs. Let me give you an example. There may be data looking at potential drug interaction, but as Tom alluded to before, if somebody is already a slow or what we call a poor metabolizer, and you put a drug that inhibits metabolism on top of that, well, the patient's already a poor metabolizer and can't be knocked down any further, so it may not really be a drug interaction. And so these kind of algorithms are starting to put this together as to say what is really a drug interaction and what's not a drug interaction. And one of the issues, for instance, with the local coverage determination by Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services relative to pharmacogenomics, they said in their document that they would be moving away from paying for the black box algorithms because the information in those algorithms are proprietary and not publicly available to be tested. Now, having said that, some companies have done their testing, have done studies, and have proved that their algorithms are are working. So I hope that kind of answers the question about putting this information together, and outcomes fall into that algorithm in an iterative process. What worked and what didn't work.
Any other questions? Okay. I know you guys, we wanted to make sure that we reviewed all of the objectives. And I know you guys touched on everything, but just to review our last objective, and I don't know if you guys wanted to kind of just revisit this or talk about it a little bit more, is to examine the technical, regulatory, and logistical challenges compounding pharmacies need to consider. Like I said, I know it was all kind of wrapped up, but I just was wondering if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
Sure, I can jump in real quick, Vivian. As somebody who works with 503As and 503Bs, right? I mean, one of the biggest issues that we have with 503Bs for the issues we've been talking about is when you have an individual need, you tend to have to make things from bulk, right? Because we're changing it from what's commercially available. In the 503B space, it's tough because the FDA has limited what you can do from bulk to the bulks list. The A's have a little bit differently, right? Because they can do things that have a USP monograph, and there's some other aspects that go along with that. But in the B space, we are limited to it just based on the individual clinical need, which really ties it back into, like we were talking about before, what the traditional idea of clinical need and efficacy of the medication, a particular API, would be. And so again, it goes to that heart of what do we really need to show clinical need, and what do we really need from a data perspective to be able to show that there is in fact a clinical need for individual patients.
From the aspect of pharmacogenomics testing, the turnaround time can be an issue. And so you can have a patient who's in a certain setting where the turnaround time of testing doesn't benefit the patient. Let's say somebody's in the hospital for post-MI and they have to get a stent placement. And you put FCCs to 2019 testing off another panel for gene. It takes 2 days for them to do the patient by that time. So that's when the pharmacy come in place and be a good transition care partner to get that patient back on it. So technology-wise could be an issue.
And you're also in the case for having this part of routine. So it's in the record. So we don't have to basically.
And the recognition too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the logistic issues and that pharmacists will take that being able to compound and have make sure that the client do that. So I definitely think that there are some areas that need to be explored further and create some things that pharmacy should consider.
I think it's not replicable. I would say it's pretty darn getting there, actually. So the turnaround time is not in the pharmacy. If you plan ahead and do this briefly for your patients, you can utilize it in many different ways. But when you add something, you'll be back to 1 or 2 things and maybe not simple.
There's 2 types of testing. He was talking about the pharmacogenetic testing of the individual makeup or genetic makeup, and then there's the other part of the testing of the actual itself that would be there or what have you.
That part of the question, maybe.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered everything. I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to say. I mean, I think it's been a great conversation. We've covered a lot of ground.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure with the fellow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and again, I'm very sorry about the about the beginning, but the rest will go smoothly.
Oh yeah, I thought so. Thanks, Vivian. And I would just say that if you want to step up and be an early adopter of this, we need those people, right? We need those people to be the early adopters in the compounding world. it's a roller coaster. I was an early adopter of pharmacogenomics overall, starting in like 1998, and it is a roller coaster, but it's worth the ride.
Well said.
Excellent. So thanks very much. I'm going to release you guys, and then we're going to bring in Tony Park for our next roundtable, and he's going to be talking about collaborative practices and other arrangements between prescribers and pharmacists. It's a California model for opportunities to render clinical care in community pharmacies. So I think this is a really great conversation, and I hope everybody stays for it. And it's meant to be interactive, so we're going to unmute people so they can join in the conversation. All right?
See you, everybody.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, Vivian, if you can hear me.
Yes, how are you today? I don't see you, though.
Let's see. I'm in the attendees list.
Okay, let me change you to presenter. There we go.
Okay, great. Fantastic. are those people that traditionally have rendered prescription orders to be then fulfilled by your pharmacy, if you happen to be in a community pharmacy, and you basically follow their orders and then dispense the drug accordingly to the patient. These folks have the legal authority to get delegated prescribing authority from these people. All right. So these people have inherent prescribing authority. These people, the delegated people listed in this, and there's others included that can be included depending on your respective state. And again, each state has its own set of rules and regulations on what types of healthcare practitioners are allowed to receive delegated authority to initiate or prescribe drug therapy. And in California, it happens to include nurse practitioners, physician assistants. In California, there's this new thing, relatively new thing called a so-called advanced practice pharmacist. And we'll be talking a little bit about that. And others also are allowed to get a delegated authority. So if you're a pharmacist, and again, this really turns wholly on the rules and regulations that govern this issue in your particular state, you as a quote unquote normal pharmacist or a regular pharmacist will probably have some authority to be able to receive delegated legal authority from a prescriber to be able to render certain clinical practices. This is one of a couple of the California regulations on point that speak to what a advanced practice pharmacist in California is allowed to do. And they can do 1 through 5. They can actually perform patient assessments. Now, mind you, patient assessment is merely that, just assessing the patient. It does not mean, however, and the state legislature was very careful not to do this, it does not mean that the pharmacist has any legal authority whatsoever to make an initial clinical diagnosis. So all things, if you consider the basket of things that a typical physician does, for example, in his or her place of practice, there's a bunch of things that are performed on the patient, to the patient as part of their overall health care. The one thing that, at least in California, pharmacists are not allowed to touch still yet is making the initial clinical diagnosis. So pharmacists, one, they are allowed to assess patients. Number 2, they're allowed to order and interpret drug therapy related testing. 3, they can refer patients to they can do, clinical triaging. Number 4, they can participate in the evaluation and management of disease conditions in collaboration. And number 4 and 5 are sort of intimately tied. And 5 says specifically, very importantly, that pharmacists are allowed to initiate, adjust, or discontinue drug therapy in a manner specified in other code sections. Number 5 was just for those of you that take interest in legislative affairs, number 5, the wording of number 5 was very fraught with landmines as the initial drafts did not say initiate, adjust, or discontinue. Number 5 just said prescribe. And so that was a big no-no in the state legislature because of the understandable turf battle that may have been created by virtue of using the word prescribe in subsection number 5. So in the world of pharmacy, at least in California, where we tread very carefully, very lightly around the word prescribing, and that we don't use it, at least insofar as what pharmacists can do. Rather, pharmacists can initiate drug therapy, they can change it, and they can stop it. And that's really the extent of at least for the purposes of us and what we want to do here, that's a very important thing that at least in California, the law allows pharmacists to do. Furthermore, the code sections, talk about the more details on exactly how to initiate or adjust drug regimens. It talks about a specific protocol. It says, the pharmacists are allowed to initiate a drug therapy, obviously pursuant to a written prescription order or an authorization made by the individual's treating prescriber, or rather, and in accordance with the protocols of the physician. So this is the first section that kind of opens the door for the possibility of something unique, a little bit novel as compared to traditional physician and pharmacist relationships. The pharmacist can adjust the drug regimen, but adjusting the drug regimen for the purpose of this section does not include substituting, selecting a different drug except as authorized by protocol, and the pharmacist shall provide a written notification to the prescriber. So there is a great opportunity for pharmacists to initiate, amend, or discontinue drug therapy, but so long as there is this protocol agreement before the initiating, amending, and discontinuing drug therapy happens. And then after the initiating, amending, and discontinuing drug therapy happens, there has to be a subsequent follow-up, at least a written notification from the pharmacist to the prescriber about what exactly happened. So with regards to the specific contract now, all right, there needs to be a contract, and you should very much look at the agreement between the prescriber and the pharmacist as a service contract, because at its core, that's essentially what it is people, the prescribers that have legal authority to start and stop and change drug therapies, allow through this service contract the recipient pharmacist to do certain things that are allowed to be done by the prescriber. Now, this contract, there's a couple of stopgaps and some boundaries and borders you cannot exceed. And first and foremost, whatever a delegated authority is bestowed on the pharmacist by the prescriber needs to first have that inherent authority. So example, number one says that, the general consideration is that the delegated authority from the prescriber to the pharmacist cannot exceed the prescriber's own inherent authority. For example, you would never, by law, a veterinarian trying to enter into a CPA with a pharmacist to initiate drug therapy for lower back pain just isn't going to happen, because no veterinarian has that authority inherently. Kind of an obvious example there. Number two, that contract should strictly define the parameters of the delegated authority, listing out the specific functions and duties bestowed to a pharmacist. We're going to go to, in a couple of slides here, an example of a typical provision that would see that I've written up by way of these CPA contracts between prescribers and pharmacists that have worked pretty well. Generally speaking, the more detailed the contract lists and details the specific things that you as the receiving pharmacist can do, the better off and more robust and enforceable the contract is. You never want to have a contract so open-ended that the contract says something like, me as the MD here delegate whatever and everything that I can do under the sun to the pharmacist. That is not a meaningful contract, and quite frankly, that could potentially get you into some problems should a patient be harmed, for example, down the road. Number three, the pharmacist, and this goes to what I said a little earlier, a pharmacist cannot make the initial diagnosis. And I know that number three is a little bit fuzzy and gray, because I think a lot of pharmacists need to sometimes stop themselves when they're dealing with a patient that's been sort of handed off to them from the prescriber, where, for example, the prescriber will hand off the patient to the prescriber's delegated CPA pharmacist, and the pharmacist will start taking care of them and managing their care, where the initial diagnosis, for example, what may have been, hypertension, but during the course of the, just the natural progression of the professional relationship between the pharmacist and the patient, the pharmacist will pick up on other symptoms such as diabetes, other comorbidities that are very frequently associated with hypertension, and the pharmacist needs to stop themselves and not start treating the other diagnoses that were not initially recognized by the delegating prescriber. So number three sometimes gets pharmacists into a little bit of trouble. And just to let you know, to date, I have not yet had any case that I've managed or heard or read of any case where a pharmacist within these types of protocol agreements has ever gotten in trouble with the government for anything. Quite frankly, probably because they're too new. Quite frankly, because not many pharmacists do this, probably because they don't know that they can do this. But I'll tell you that this next generation, this wave of this influx of, well, in California now we have 13 schools of pharmacy, so I'm sure that's probably the reason why, where pharmacists are looking to do more different and novel things as compared to times past. This whole notion of a CPA agreement is becoming more and more enticing and alluring to these pharmacists that are, they're charging straight out of school, and they want to make a gangbuster initial positive influence in healthcare. They're not nearly as afraid as compared to their predecessor colleagues to do these relatively new and novel things. With regards to number four, to the extent controlled substances are involved, and it's very foreseeable that a delegating prescriber who perhaps maybe a pediatrician may have diagnosed hypertension, hyperactive deficiency disorder, or some variation thereof, and a controlled substance is involved. So if you're that pharmacist in that type of a CPA relationship with the prescriber, then make sure that you have the underlying foundational licenses and legal authorities to do the things required, in this case, be able to initiate, amend, and discontinue the drug therapies for controlled substances. And most of you probably already know, but as a pharmacist, you are allowed to hold a DEA registration as a, quote, mid-level practitioner. So for those of you that have not yet, that are seriously thinking about going into this thing called a collaborative practice agreement with your local prescriber, then one of the things that you might want to do on your due diligence checkoff list is to go on the DEA registration website, and it's the very same DEA website that pharmacists go to register themselves as dispensing pharmacies. Get yourself a mid-level practitioner DEA registration so that you can then participate fully to the extent your delegating prescriber wants to have you initiate, amend, and discontinue controlled substance drug therapies. So I'd like to share a couple of sample provisions that I found quite helpful that I seem to commonly refer to again and again within the various types of collaborative practice agreements that I've helped draft for pharmacists. The first and foremost, it helps, at least in California, that pharmacists are recognized as healthcare providers. And I only say this because this opens the door for billing and compensation for your services. And again, I know for a fact that not all states in this country recognize pharmacists as healthcare providers. Certainly, the federal government does not as of yet. Pharmacists are not included within the coveted list of coveted list of providers within the Social Security Act. But on a federal level, we know that we're all working towards that end. There are many vested interested parties that are trying to get pharmacists onto that list. But at least on a state basis, this helps get reimbursed and compensated for your services. So let's see. So this is one specific provision that I have pretty much included in all of my contracts between prescribers and pharmacists because it references the specific code section that allows for the existence of this contract in the first place. So the provision reads, the prescriber authorizes to pharmacists after I've, in a section above this portion, I've identified who the prescriber is, I've identified who the pharmacist is. The prescriber authorizes to pharmacists, and pharmacist wishes to receive, excuse the typo, delegated authority from prescriber to manage prescriber's patients pursuant to the parameters and specific delegated authorities defined in this agreement. So heads up, there's going to be a portion of this agreement in which we're going to define all the things that the prescriber is delegating to the pharmacist. This authority complies with California BMP section 4052.6 to be effectuated by pharmacists either inside or outside of a licensed pharmacy. So I think this brings up a good point, is that just because, most of the dispensing happens within the four walls of a licensed pharmacies, by no means, at least in California, are you necessarily as a pharmacist restricted to only doing these delegated authorities within the four walls of a pharmacy. So, just be aware that, for those of you who have a clinical interest in doing other things besides dispensing, or you don't want to work in an institutional or hospital setting, but you want to render your clinical good works in an outpatient setting, there's real possibilities out there to make a meaningful impact. This is a specific list that also is that I usually include in my contracts between prescribers and pharmacists, is that I basically mimic the law. Basically because it's a safe place to be. So I try not to get too cute or too creative with regards to what the law allows, and I basically recite all the things that are allowed to be done by a pharmacist pursuant to a CPA as a law says. Okay, but in addition to that, this is the portion where I start to talk about the specific detailed things that pharmacists are allowed to do. So this is a very important provision, and this is the portion, quite frankly, where I spend most of the time with my pharmacist clients because they're sometimes not quite sure. They know that they want to do a lot of clinical good works. They know that, especially if the delegating prescriber happens to be a general practitioner or internal medicine, there's a whole wide array of types of conditions and types of patients that can be handled and managed by the pharmacist. So recognizing that, and this type of a provision would be suited to, it's totally customizable depending on really the limitations of how comfortable your delegating prescriber feels about your clinical competence as a pharmacist. And that's really all what it comes down to. Because my general experience has been that prescribers are more than willing, and they love this idea of having pharmacists take care of the drug therapy portion of their patients. And they love nothing more than just basically pass off their patients to the pharmacist to manage, at least for, certainly for chronic conditions and conditions that require at least some modicum of monitoring their activity and their and the clinical presentations over a long course of time. So in this specific provision, I write that the prescriber shall delegate to pharmacist authority to manage and or treat the prescriber's patients in accordance with the section. In managing and or treating the prescriber's patients, the pharmacist may initiate, modify, discontinue, or discontinue prescription medication therapies for the following predetermined conditions and diagnoses. And I specifically call out certain ICD-10 codes. And I have had protocol agreements where this list has been just this one, the ADHD. I've had other, and again, this is purely a function of the degree of professional trust that the prescriber has in you, the clinical pharmacist, to manage these types of patients and conditions. I think the longest list that I've had was something like 25 or so ICD-10 codes, for which there was a very strong, obviously, professional trust that the prescriber had in the clinical pharmacist, and to this day they're working quite nicely. This is just one of many, many, many ways that you can address this specific detailed list of the types of conditions, the types of patients that is going to be managed. In the world of compounding, I could very easily see, BHRT, as controversial that has become now. There's still a lot of compounding pharmacies and pharmacists that engage in bioidentical hormone replacement. And so this would be a great way to drill down to what exactly, are you going to be doing for the prescriber, for their patients that you handle. Oh, and a thought came to mind before I forget, that you have to be careful in these. I've had a number of pharmacists come to me and saying, look, I don't want to kind of I don't want to, kind of tie myself down to one prescriber. I want to be able to, deal with a bunch of prescribers at the same time. Is there anything wrong with me entering into a protocol agreement contract with multiple prescribers within my community? The answer is absolutely not. I have not had a single situation where prescribers have said, you're mine and you're only mine, and I'm not going to share you with anybody else. Prescribers are quite generous. Now, the limiting factor there would be you as a pharmacist, have to deal with the fact that there are only 24 hours in a day, and you do have to sleep and eat and take care of yourself. So within the typical, 8 to 12 hour workday, as is the case for most pharmacists under these CPA agreements, you have to sort of kind of, pick your battles here, because while on the one hand, no collaborative practice agreement that I've ever drafted has an exclusivity provision that says that the pharmacist can only work with the patients of this prescriber. A lot of pharmacists usually don't want to work with more than one, maybe two prescribers in the area, because they very quickly find out, if they're any good, that is, as a clinical pharmacist, that these prescribers are going to just shove boatloads of patients to the pharmacist's way to have the pharmacist take care of and manage their patients. And so I think you'll find that, for those of you that are really, gung-ho about this idea, I'd say take baby steps and see how it fits. Pick one local prescriber in your area that you have a good, comfortable working relationship with, and see how this works for you before you decide to take on any more. And there is a responsibility on you as a pharmacist. Yes, you probably graduated from a school of pharmacy accredited by ACPE and got a pharmacy doctorate degree, but that does not necessarily mean that you're going to be the expert on all types of drug therapies for all patients. And so from that standpoint, I would say from a more practical standpoint, and to make sure that you don't commit malpractice, and that you do not breach the trust that is bestowed on you by your delegate and prescriber, pick a condition or two, or and be the expert on that. And to the extent you feel more comfortable broadening your scope of clinical offerings, gradually take it on a step-by-step basis that way. I've had a couple of pharmacists who want to do everything all at the same time right now, only to find that, okay, well, maybe a moderate amount of information for a bunch of things, but you're not really an expert in any one. So I found that to be the case in many situations where they have to then kind of scale back, and then they look a little bit foolish and they get a little bit embarrassed in the eyes of the prescriber, who the pharmacist may have puffed themselves up a little bit too large, only to be kind of forced to kind of backpedal a little bit later on. So don't find yourself and try to avoid that situation if you can. With regards to, I get a lot of questions about what about liability insurance? Are there any specific, caveats or considerations for that? The answer is, well, not really. So to be clear, when it comes to professional liability insurance, okay, professional liability insurance is, oh, I just realized my video is not on. Oh, now it's on. Oh, okay, here. Hello, everybody. I just realized I was not on until just now. All right, so with regards to liability insurance, I get a lot of pharmacists are a little bit confused about what's required, if at all, in terms of extra liability insurance. Most pharmacists that practice in an outpatient setting usually have about $1 million comprehensive liability policy, and quite frankly, it's quite cheap. And the reason why liability insurance for pharmacists is quite cheap is because historically, actuarially, pharmacists pose a very low risk of getting in trouble with anybody. And in terms of, within the context of negligence and malpractice, historically speaking, pharmacists have not cost insurances very much. And that's why pharmacists currently enjoy a fairly cheap liability insurance, certainly as compared to their healthcare professional colleagues within medicine and nurses. Similarly, with regards to this added thing that you're trying to do as an outpatient pharmacist to now start engaging in clinical services, the question that comes to mind in most pharmacists is, well, do I need to get some special other liability insurance or what? And so my response to that would be to go back to the insurance carrier that you got your professional liability insurance from as a pharmacist and tell them that you now want to do this new thing, and what can I do to make sure that all these new scopes of activities will be covered as well. Well, your insurance company will probably want to get a copy of the collaborative practice agreement. So all the more reason why you need to sort of codify your interprofessional relationship between you and the prescriber. And then I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that the any extra liability insurance that you would sort of fear in your mind is really not that big of a deal. Only, I think, not that much money, a couple of extra bucks, quite frankly, per month if you really want to break it down. Again, because number one, there isn't that much established history of pharmacists doing this thing. And second is, for those that are doing it, nobody's getting sued for negligence or malpractice. So knock on wood, so far, our pharmacists are doing a pretty good job, at least those that are already out there doing these CPA agreements. So with regards to the insurance, and by the way, I've had some pharmacists try to sort of tack on some extra coverage, kind of riding on the coattails, if you will, of the delegating prescriber. But unfortunately, the delegated prescriber's insurance malpractice coverage refuses to take on any additional liability that may befall as a result of this agreement. So most, I've not had a single prescriber be okay with kind of a piggyback trailer type of a added coverage. Rather, the prescriber has specifically required the pharmacist to get their own additional professional liability insurance, and in fact, have the pharmacist essentially indemnify the prescriber. In other words, if the pharmacist does something within creates harm to a patient or causes injury to a patient as a result of this protocol agreement, then by contract, the pharmacist agrees to basically step up and defend the delegating prescriber to the extent the injured party decides to sue not just the pharmacist, but also the delegating prescriber. So, but again, I've not known of any specific cases on point yet, again, knock on wood. And I would very much expect this to sort of be the case so far, case going forward. All right, let's answer the questions. True, false. Community pharmacists may never render clinical services in outpatients unless they have completed a PGY-1. No, absolutely not true. It is very possible, at least in California, again, check your own state regulations on this issue. There is no requirement to do PGY-1 to enter into any collaborative practice agreement. Two, true, false. It's possible for a pharmacist to make an initial clinical diagnosis as a provider. False. There is no authority allowed by law. I'm not aware of any state that has this allowance. California certainly does not, but pharmacists may not engage in the initial clinical diagnosis. And lastly, true, false, it is possible for pharmacists to initiate prescription drug therapy as a provider. Yes, it is true. Now, within California, there is a so-called advanced practice pharmacist, and that's a newly created licensure in addition to the regular pharmacist RPH that's typically seen in California. This advanced practice pharmacist allows, for the first time, kind of this blowing open the doors wide open for for pharmacists in an outpatient setting to do the things that, quite frankly, pharmacists have quite for some time already been allowed to do in an inpatient setting. So depending on where your state is at, see if you see what your state regulations and laws say about this this concept of an outpatient community pharmacy rendering clinical works on an outpatient basis in a similar manner that has always historically usually been available for pharmacists in an inpatient setting. And with that, any questions? Anybody want to throw a question out there?
Yes, thank you so much, Tony. Yes, if anybody, they can either raise their hand or, if I made them a presenter, they can unmute and ask questions. Such an interesting topic in a presentation. Nobody's got any questions?
I won't even charge you. I'm an attorney.
There you go. There you go.
Wow, this is the first. I've never had anybody miss out on an opportunity to talk to an attorney for free.
I know. All you have to do is raise your hand and ask. I'd love to know why some people joined, what their objectives are, what their objectives were, what their interest was. Does anybody want to jump in? Lou, how about you? I know you love to talk about things. Lou, any thoughts?
Well, while people muster up confidence, I will tell you that there are many types of agreements, and I think it can range from the full 9 yards clinical of renderings to something that's very limited as allowing a pharmacist to initiate like a treatment authorization request or one of these pre-authorizations for PBM purposes. Because I know a lot of pharmacists are getting in trouble with their local PBMs because the PBMs are alleging that the prior authorization needs to be done and initiated by a prescriber. This is one contractual way to work around that, where if the prescriber, instead of initiating instead of being the one to initiate the prior authorization, in the case of a compounded medication, for example, if you want to get prior authorization to get it covered by your PBM, this protocol agreement will give you the contractual authority bestowed on you, the pharmacist, to be the one to initiate that prior authorization request, if in fact it's listed within your protocol agreement. So that's a very creative, novel idea that gives you a really good standing with the PBMs, to the extent the PBMs really don't seem to like and care for pharmacists to be the one to initiate the prior auth requests.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, well, if nobody else has any questions, anything, Tony, that was an excellent presentation. I really appreciate you doing this for us. Is there anything else you want to mention before I release everybody for their breaks?
No, just thank everybody for coming. As the principal attorney for my law firm, the California Pharmacy Lawyers, we're very proud to be a sponsor. And to the extent you have any questions in California, either doing business in California or want to do business in California, feel free to look us up. I think our law firm appears on one of your pages. I'm not exactly where to go there, but look us up and we'll be glad to help.
Yeah, you're in the expo with some information, so they can click through that.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we are going to take a break right now, and we're going to come back that's 2:45 East Coast time, which is, what is it now? Okay. So yes, so we'll see you all back then. I think most of us are on the East Coast. All right, so thanks very much, and we'll see you then.
All right, thanks everybody.
Bye.
Hey, Vivian, trying to get into that track.
Hey, Tom.
Hey,
I'm going to try to find everybody.
Okay, so am I where I'm supposed to be?
Yes, you are. I'm going to make Ken a presenter so he can join you up there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm making Ali and Syed. Everybody's here.
Okay.
Presenter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Whoever is me.
Ken, yeah, Ken. I don't know
Hi,
how
Ken.
to enable the video. Okay, here, screen share. Oh, video, got it. I got it
You
here.
good? And we had Lee. I don't know what happened to Lee.
That's good. Okay, that's perfect.
Ken, I like your hats.
It's easier than having a haircut and stuff.
I know. I will start wearing mine. Or better yet, how about this way?
I'll be the unusual one. Yeah, bad hair. I've been having bad hair day for the last 12 months. So
At least you have hair. I don't have any.
I'm just too scared to go and get a haircut. Jeez. You know?
Come to Oklahoma and I'll take you four-wheeling.
Okay, excellent. Everybody is here.
Great.
Now, I know we did do the PowerPoint. Do you guys want me to run that quickly, or should I just introduce everybody?
You can just introduce everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the easiest because the PowerPoint will just take over the whole screen. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. This is another fireside chat, and I do love these conversations, so I hope everybody else does as well. And this one is called Moving from a 503B to the Production of 505B2s, Generic Drugs, and Orphan Drugs. And I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves. Why don't we start with you, Ken?
Yeah, hi. My name is Ken Kingathran. I trained as a cardiovascular pharmacologist in London and also at Stanford. Over the last 20 years, I've set up multiple biotech companies. I also run a fund that was established 10 years ago, just over 10 years ago. Now focused mainly on orphan rare diseases. Majority of the companies that I co-founded, I've been the head of R&D, and even to this day, I look at the data that's developed in the clinical development space. Very much interested in commercialization and personalized medicine. Thank you.
Tom, why don't you jump?
Sure. I'm Tom Cupic. My background's in forensic toxicology and my doctorate's in pharmaceutical sciences. And I have the CEO of ARL Biopharma, a pharmaceutical testing laboratory that specializes in testing and quality control for 503A, 503B, big pharma, research and development institutions, as well as hospital research institutions. We have a DNA company called DNA Solutions. We do a lot of genetics, human. Both companies are ISO 17025, and we work a law enforcement, FBI on sexual assaults, forensic genealogy, and with law enforcement. And then we do a fair amount of attorney and immigration and some other interesting side projects. And then the Cupic Group, which is a think tank of individuals that solves unusual problems for high net worth individuals, government entities, insurance companies, and attorneys in the area of forensics. And so those are the three areas that I work in.
Great. Syed, do you want to go?
Yes, my name is Syed Salim. I'm a pharmacist in charge at Kelly Boyd's Prescription Shop. We are a 503B pharma manufacturing. We primarily compound pellets and sterile injectables. I've been in the industry for about 20 years. I have a doctor of pharmacy, licensed in 24 states. I have good knowledge with the compounding industry, pre and post DQSA. So I've been familiar with the evolution and the regulations and going forward. So I also have an MBA lot of certifications, also in sterile, non-sterile, PDA, FDA. I have some good background with the compounding pharmacies on the 503B and pharma industry as well.
I think we're not able to hear Syed that well.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, it sounds like you're muted, Syed.
Yeah.
Am I?
It sounds like it's muffled, really. It's coming across muffled on my, I don't know if it is
Syed,
on
do you
my-
have headphones you can use?
Not at the moment.
All right, well, Syed, while you look for headphones, Lee, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Lee Rosebush. I've got a whole host of titles here. I'll go through real quickly. One is I serve as the chair of the FDA practice as well as the chair of the pharmacy and reimbursement teams at Baker Hostetler. I also serve as the chair and general counsel of the Outsourcing Facility Association, or OFA. It's the 503B trade association. I'm on the board of the American Society of Pharmacy Law, and I also serve on the board of the American Pharmacovigilance Society, which is a trade association looking at adverse events for pharma.
Hi, Vivian. I think we lost you. You may be back now.
Yeah, I think we lost Syed
There we go.
for headphones. Let's give him a minute. Oh, there he is. You good?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Let's hear. You want to try introducing yourself again?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
He's still muffled, Vivian.
Just speak up, okay? Because I think it's just very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Wonderful. My name is Syed Salim. I'm a pharmacist in charge at Perry Boys Prescription Shop. We make primarily hormone pellets and sterile injectables. I've been in the industry about 20 years. I have multiple licenses in different states. I have a good regulatory compliance program. I've been in the compounding industry for about 20 years. Seen through Big USA, coming in 2013, pre-Big USA, and followed through now, and the evolution of the pharmacy and compounding industry in general.
Excellent. So we have, just like our other fireside chat, we had some objectives. The first one, we'll just use this to launch into our conversation, is to review the future market potential, especially as there is a move towards precision medicine for pre-disease subsets. And I know, Ken, you wanted to kick us off with this.
Yeah. I thought perhaps Syed or Tom could say a few words about the 503B and the impact on 505B2 for anyone who is not familiar with that space, and then I can probably jump in on the market opportunity so that everybody knows in what context are we talking.
Syed, do you want to go first? And actually, Lee would probably be better being over the organization 503B as well. So why don't you, Lee, you and Syed take the aspect of it, and then I can jump in on the quality and some of the science aspect.
Sure, Syed. Go ahead.
So, as we know that the reason 503B came into existence is because of an incident happened in the 2012, 2013, because of NECC, there were some medicines manufactured, and there was some fatalities due to the not so cleanliness or insanitary conditions. For that reason, the 503B came into existence to try to fill the gap between the pharma manufacturers and large compounders. So 503B is basically a compounding pharmacy in a larger scale with similar scrutiny as a FDA pharma manufacturer. 503B needs to follow all the guidelines. There is FDA issued a special guidelines for CGMP. It kept evolving, and the last guideline was issued in January of 2020. So the way they structure the 503B is so they don't mimic any of the manufacturer product. At the same time, they are not able to like the 503A used to do. They could make products which are in short supply, and they could make products which are needed by the physicians in a larger scale, also the hospitals, things of that nature. They do have the category 1, 2, and 3 lists. So category 1 list basically lists the medicine or APIs which you can use for compounding. Category 2 list is again, not to be used. 3 is absolutely not. Again, this list keeps changing. Once in a while, some medicines or APIs are added and some are removed. So basically, 503B needs to be manufacturing the product as per the FDA guidelines, following the CGMP, CFR, and also the list provided. Hope that helps. Lee, you want to add something?
Sure. The unique thing about 503Bs, as most know, is that they sort of sit in between the pharmacy space and the drug manufacturing space. And so they're used to producing drugs through the CGMP process. But one of the things that I think is starting to progress industry forward, move towards NDAs and ANDAs. Well, many of the 503B facilities at this point have 6 and 7 years worth of data associated with a lot of these products, whether they be through formulation and CMC-related data, adverse event-related data, and how their products are being used. And so the question becomes is, could you take a lot of that that's currently available to them, as well as what's publicly available through PubMed, and start to look towards getting approvals through the 505B2 space? And I think we're going to start to see more and more of this. There's certain companies that are already moving towards this. Obviously, Imprimis has made it known publicly. Fresenius has got several products at this point where they mine the data off of the FDA's 503B list and then move towards. You can look at Endo with their vasopressin product, Nexus with their phenylephrine product, which are really paper 505B2s, which again have been products that have been around in the compounding space for nearly 100 years. And so as we progress, I think it's starting to become more and more that you'll start to see more of these progress from 503Bs into the actual NDA or ANDA space.
Great.
I think it's interesting to note that from the quality attributes that are looked at, full GMP, Big Pharma has a very strict guidance and regime that you would go through for the quality control and potency or sterility and stability for GMP type products made in the manufacturer space. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, let's say you have the 503As, where the 503Bs tend to be more GMP, but not at the extraneous or at the level of that, as many runs or as many repeats. And I think they do want, you have to be at GMP, but not at the level, at the full GMP, what I call big pharma perspective, as far as the quality that's needed for 503Bs. And it's interesting because testing compounded products for over 2 decades, you definitely see that. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for these 503Bs to move into this the generic or orphan drug market. And there's a lot of opportunity.
Great. I think that's a great introduction. So I can give my view as a drug developer and very in what we call therapeutic management, which I think is the future where the pharmaceutical industry is heading. Which is beyond just a drug to help people manage their diseases. So in this respect, I don't know if you guys have been are aware that the future is going toward precision medicine. You've seen this in a huge way in oncology. Starting with Herceptin is probably one of the pioneers in that space. Mainly because most drugs don't work on everyone. Even Lipitor, for instance, is known to work in no more than 20 to 30% of the people that is prescribed. It's just that the rest of them, it doesn't cause major adverse events for it to be a concern. So the question then becomes, which side of the equation do you want to be in? And recent times, there now, what's happening is there's a form of feedback, not only for knowing whether a drug is going to work in a particular patient or a particular group of patients, but also knowing which patient profile is going to benefit from a certain drug. This is a huge thing in the orphan rare disease space because these patients are very, very sensitive, not only for what they get, but also the dose adjustment. This is one of the main reasons, for instance, in epilepsy, in orphan epilepsy, the majority of the prescription is really the brand, even though there are multiple generics that are available, because going from one generic to another, you just don't know whether you're preserving the PK/PD profile of the main drug. And in this respect, as we get to a smaller and smaller group, which you're going from the common diseases down to orphan and then rare and ultra rare, you're talking about very few patients, sometimes, single digit number of patients in the United States and maybe, low double digit in the entire world, which means, a compounding pharmacy is the best avenue for them to get the drugs they need. And this is why I have a lot of interest in the 503B space, because from my point of view, it's not about the drug. It's about how do you manage that particular person's disease, where drug is just one component of it. And that's why I'm very interested in creating companies, what we call therapeutic management companies rather than drug companies. So the question then becomes, what are the things that are going to happen over time? Just like what happened in oncology, because I don't know if many of you know, 50 years ago, it was all, oncology did not have many drugs. It was cytotoxic agents, which works on all cancers, etc. And then what happened in the subsequent 15 years is the cancer as a disease got subdivided into smaller subsets along biomarkers, etc. And of course, with that smaller subset means you can apply for an orphan designation and get the benefit, etc. And that which happened in oncology is not going to happen in other diseases. I actually coined the word orphanization to show that if you can take a common disease and divide it into subsets, orphan subset, and then create drugs for them. Now, if you go down to a smaller subset, then the best way to help these patients is through a compounding pharmacy, in my opinion. So I just wanted to throw out there saying what the future is going to be, and compounding pharmacy has a major role in it, and hopefully, it could be a huge outcome for orphan rare disease patients.
Well, Tom, I've actually got a question for you, and Ken sort of was hitting on this. It's a follow-up to our conversation that we had earlier in our last fireside. The question becomes, as we start to move down towards from 503B into sort of the approval processes, right, to get a drug approved through 505B2, what type of data and how are FDA going to look at data that comes from a 503B as compared to how the data is obtained through the traditional methods as of now, right, through traditional double-blinded studies from pharma companies? And I think that's one of the things that we as an industry are sort of going to have to tweak and get a better understanding from the agency, is how are they going to look at data that we've obtained over the last 7 years that may not have been through that traditional style, but still could be very valuable, right? It goes to that sort of the end of one study we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a very insightful question. I think there's going to be a problem with that, looking at the data, because the data may not have been acquired under the same conditions. You may, just like the issues that we see in compounding world of potency versus full validated stability indicating methods determined beyond use dating. So just running an LC or a GC or getting one value is completely different than using a method that should be done appropriately for full GMP levels. So if you present any data for the agency to be able to review, they need to ensure that it meets that criteria at that certain level. I mean, that's why, I mean, you run samples and you test, whether it be an active pharmaceutical ingredient or a drug substance or a reference standard or compounded for 503A, 503B, or big pharma. You need to understand those regulations and the compliance requirements for that. So there's going to be a problem extracting data that you've done anecdotal and then saying using this for an orphan drug. I think that's the big issue here. I think Ken is right on target in saying, hey, and Saeed, we have a lot of opportunities, but isn't that the issue in big picture, that you have a small population base? Ken is saying on some of these orphan drugs, it's maybe single digits. How can you get a compounding pharmacy to compound? I mean, they can do it, but then they're not. I think the idea is looking more at the approach than just the outcome. I think the solution to the problem is not just necessarily the outcome, but the approach to the solution to the problem. And so in verifying and validating your process is ensuring that you can accurately and follow all the different aspects of that formulation. So I think it entails both compliance and science in the compilation of that orphan drug if the compounding pharmacy is going to do it. And today we're lacking a lot of the basic science aspect from the old pharmaceutics perspective versus where maybe their focus is, whether it be pharmacoeconomics or clinical or some other aspect. So I think you can't be all things to all people, but I'm not a member of the FDA, and so the FDA agency can only tell you what they would require. But I know I have a lot of confidence in the FDA, just like on the vaccine issues. The people say, how could the vaccines get done in 1 year, Well, there's no doubt we have a very safe and effective aspect, and they're not going to let something go through. They're charged with safety and efficacy. So there's a certain standard. But I think there's a good way to approach it, like we did with the 503Bs. And I think just now, as we're having these discussions like Ken and Saeed and you and I are discussing today about moving 503B, which is more GMP-like type institutions, into that generic and orphan drug. Particularly, I think there's an opportunity in the ANDA or the generic market from a commercial perspective.
And I've always wondered that, right? And I get this question a lot from my clients, setting aside the trade association, is, look, we have all of this formulation data. We have all this equivalent to a CMC data at this point that we've produced, a lot of it, especially for shortage products. Could you take that data and then infer or refer, right, to the data that's publicly available through PubMed and get a 505B2 at that point?
That's an excellent question. This reminds me of what's happened in the past where they use in the USP, it says for professional judgment. What your professional judgment, my professional judgment, Saeed and Ken, we all may have different perspectives or criteria for professional judgment. That's why you need set guidelines for what's required. And I think many individuals, I think I have a lot of data, but does it really meet? I would question, does that meet the CMC section as a new IND drug being submitted to the FDA for clinical trials or for routine manufacturing?
Right.
I mean, since we are talking about a 505B2, I mean, we are talking about a drug that's already you already know what the safety profile is, right? And you already know the brackets under which, from a dose point of view, what the safety profile is. And then it's a question of the compounding pharmacy figuring out what is the optimal dose for that particular patient is, right? Then the question is, it really then comes down to CMC. That's what this whole matter is about. The question is, can you give enough confidence to regulators and physicians and others that you're preserving the CMC specifications of a larger batch in a smaller batch in a particular pharmacy? That's the key question here.
The other thing, what in the 505B2, the category list one. Basically, for the 503Bs, the FDA is restricting to the list, the category list. That's another sort of bottleneck or roadblock that Lee would probably be able to explain.
It is, and it sort of combines what we're talking about here, right? I mean, if I'm somebody who's in Ken's shoes and wants to be an investor, right, in some of these drugs, it really is a way that you could take the current 503B list 1 and say, look, FDA has recognized there's at least information there to determine whether or not there's a clinical need, which goes to the efficacy question, right? And if you've got the CMC type-ish data, it begs the question of why many more aren't going and having that pre-IND meeting to say, look, FDA, this is what I've got. Do I, in essence, have a paper 505B2? It's not any different than what I know did with vasopressin. It's not any different than what Nexus did, right, with the phenylepinephrine products. You can look at what Fresenius has done now with about 15 products that are on shortage list. So it really is begging the question with that bulk list 1 is could you really do a paper filing?
Well, how do I say this? I think that there are many people that are actually doing that, we see that, what you just mentioned, that are taking that data, or they know that the need is there, the clinical need, and they know that there's a shortage, and so they're using this approach to that. All I'm saying is I'm not confident at all the level of testing is at that CMC level that you can just take and wrap it up and put a bow on it and say, this is my 503B2, or this is my packet for the FDA inspection. Because my understanding is the regulatory requirements are more stringent, and so yes, they may think they have it, but do they really have it?
To me, I agree with you. I think what it does is it gives you the nice package to walk in for your pre-IND meeting, right? To say, this is what I've got. What more do you need at that point?
Yeah, it's really, I think, to be competitive today, we need to be more collaborative and community minded. To have a competitive intelligence, I think we're looking at not competitive intelligence, but competitive market. We're looking at creative ways to move things like Ken to invest for 503B into these 505B2 generics or orphan drugs. How do we do that? Well, if you know that there's a clinical need, you're right. SID and others, there are the compounding pharmacists that are in this market, they are primed to take that drug through it. I think there's a lot of information, and it's just like as we're bringing in this discussion, the one we had earlier, you bring in the people to the table to actually collaborate and say, here's what we need are the pieces, and then approach the FDA to present that.
Right. Yeah, at that point, to me, you've got your clinical need question. It's begging you, okay, what more do you need at that point to move forward with it and be done with it? And you can look at that's what sort of Civica and Flow has done, right? I mean, Flow has done it more from an API. They're working with Civica to make the drugs too. And so it seems to me that's where the market is heading. And it seems to be what FDA wants, right? Because they keep pushing towards wanting the FDA approval process, right? And even if you look at just yesterday when they released the 5 substances, it was still 1 approved, 4 against because of the clinical need discussion. They're wanting that FDA approved product.
Right.
So a question for Lee. Companies like Civica, CivicRx, can they also have a 503B arm in addition to their main generics business, or do you have to decide which ones you want to play in?
So Civica doesn't. Civica is a straight CMO, right? Basically what they do is they contract out for their APIs and contract with CMOs to make a distributor, and they're in essence a wholesaler. But if you look at some of the others, Fresenius is a great example. Fresenius has a 503B, and obviously they're a huge pharma company, right? And Mylan has partnered with and has a 503B as well as obviously a big pharma company. And so there are some out there who are using sort of the 503B space to go out and mine that data to look at what the 6-month product report is. Sort of, I don't want to say cash flow, but you could actually make some cash while you're doing your CMC development, right? Because you're in essence making your product. And then you're able to cash flow the IND perspective, right, through your 503B and get the approval at that point. And then once you're approved, there's many of them, I'm not saying it's right, but there's many of them who are going then after the 503Bs to clear the market because they're saying you're an essential copy at that point.
Yeah, and I think companies like Fresenius, you could argue that if they're delivering, the drug and some other aspect of it, say for instance in dialysis, you give the drug and the dialysis as one treatment for which you're getting a single reimbursement, that actually makes sense. So the 503B groups would become very, very helpful, especially dealing with orphan rare diseases. Then you can have a nice reimbursement, and that then subsidize all of your other activities. In the business that I'm in, not too long ago, there was a huge rush towards 505B2 type projects. finding a new use for an old drug, new delivery, etc. It kind of went away along with poor performance of the specialty pharma, because that's where they were. It's mainly because of the exclusivity and reimbursement capabilities, and so this is where I think if the cost of doing the work to bring those drugs to market is very expensive, then the next cut down is the 503B and compounding pharmacies to help, especially in a small group of patients. And then one could go for what I have always called, minimum viable label, as it were. Almost like a minimum viable product, where you have a very cut down, very simple label, which talks about the efficacy, even that which has been done by academic groups, and then a smaller CMC section, which then gives confidence to the regulators that a 503B organization could handle it. If that happens, so many drugs could be back on the market helping orphan rare disease patients.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. And there are others that you could look in this similar type of market. CAR-T was one that we talked about earlier that I think is a perfect example, right? You've got $1 million product, but your N is 1 or 2 people because you're in essence looking for a very specific subset. Another would be BHRT, right, that we had talked about previously, where you may be tied to a lab in a situation where you've got a very specific amount of drug that's needed, and you can determine that based on a lab, and then you can individualize it for the compounded pharmacy. So I think there are certain disease states which are made for the 503B, right?
Absolutely.
The question that becomes is, what do the 503Bs do for the next round of, right, for business growth? And it's, could they take some of that data that they have and then turn around and get the approvals that we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Said educated me yesterday on something very important. When I read about it, I was quite amazed at the fact that the biologics, compounding pharmacy and biologics don't go together anymore. And in fact, they've started removing drugs from that list that was all previously compound. I think so. Where do you think that's gonna? I mean, maybe Said, if you could brief everybody on, what's been happening, because this whole thing happened in the last 1 year, if I remember correctly, all the FDA guidance or thereof. And where do you see the biologics compounding heading? I mean, you're talking about even small peptides you cannot compound anymore,
That's right. So basically there is, again, as I was referring earlier, the category 1 list. That's basically the list what FDA want all the 503Bs to follow. And in that list keeps changing. And there are some of those peptides and biologics, those earlier pharmacies used to make, for example, Avastin, basically. So they used to repackage Avastin. That is now in a biologics. For example, HCG was out. So similarly, any of those oxytocin, I believe, that's another one. So any of these drugs which are, and also sourcing these particular biologics has become an issue because the distributors now need to have a separate biologic distribution license. They cannot hold this product anymore because it is under biologics now. So
interesting. In fact, Lee, you mentioned something about vasopressin. So, I mean, are people compounding vasopressin? Because that's clearly a biologic, a protein.
So they consider vasopressin in this situation to be a drug. And so it's still considered in that perspective under the drug route, not the biologic route. Interesting.
Yeah. So, because I saw the HCG and then also some of these other proteins that are used in fillings and stuff like that are now not allowed to be compounded, which is kind of terrible.
Yeah, it has made as somebody who represents the industry, it's made a huge impact. There are things like Avastin is another good example, right? Which think of wet macular degeneration. In addition to the onc route, HCG is another one where they are allowing repackaging, but they're not allowing you to compound in this situation, even products like HCG that have been done for years and years. And so in essence, what you've got to do at this point is go buy the finished product. It should cost a huge shortage because the manufacturers are wanting to sell directly to the pharmacies, not directly to people who are going to repackage at this point. And so you're seeing a shortage from that perspective and an increase in price, a dramatic increase in price.
And all these are all detriment to that patient. I know hospital IV admixture programs have been compounded routinely biologics daily at the hospital. And, a couple of the other items that you mentioned besides Avastin, the Remicade, the Herceptin, the Rituxan, as well as the Enbrel has been compounded. I think in addition to these issues that you brought up from biologics or the proteins and peptides, which we see, is the analytical challenges in storage. It's not, these are not a small molecule you can just run on the LC. The LC triple quad or the other instrumentation utilized, there's factors such as the folding of the protein or the molecule, the charge. There's a lot of other quality attributes that would have to be considered in testing biologics that's different than traditional small molecules.
Yeah, interesting. Now, you mentioned Enbrel had been compounded before.
I have been, I understand that there has been. I don't know where, but I'm just giving you an idea. These are items that I believe have been compounded in some fashion.
Under 503B?
No, I don't think it was.
Okay, that's interesting. Maybe going to some of the points that we were meant to talk about, the challenges ensuring consistency of manufacturing, and this is of manufacturing quality. How are companies, 503B companies, handling this? Maybe Tom, this is a Tom question.
How are they handling
making sure the consistency of quality in manufacturing for small batches?
Well, it is a problem. I don't think that was like the point that Lee brought up earlier. I think that there's different levels. The 503A operates, or the requirements for it testing, they follow more the 795 and 797, the USP guidelines, versus the 503B, which are closer to GMP or full-blown GMP that we do for big pharma. So you have your still utilization, the traditional methodologies. USP 71, 85 for the antibodies, all the traditional microbial tests, antimicrobial effectiveness 51, all of those USPs are still utilized, but it's important to conduct the test, know how to conduct the test, and then make sure you have the person, place, and process at the level that's going to meet the compliance. It was about to like earlier. So if you have a 503A, that data I think is unlikely to be able to withstand a full CMC submission to the FDA for that piece. So when you're talking about how are the individual pharmacies handling it, each pharmacy at different levels. Now that being said, there are many very good 503As, and there are some 503Bs that could perhaps enhance some of their GMP level of quality. So it's sort of a continuum there.
I see. And quality is same regardless of which state the 503B organization is, right?
I don't know the regulations. That would be
quality systems is guided by the federal organization.
That's correct. Yeah, the FDA sets the standards for CGMP. Now, certain states like California and Florida have additional requirements that they may have.
Yeah, exactly why I was asking. Yeah.
Right. But in essence, FDA, any 503B follows the FDA CGMP, and you would hope most states would also follow that same standard as well.
So theoretically, one could say, well, I'm not going to be under the federal guidance because I'm only going to be distributing within that state. Would that make a difference? So you work with different 503 organizations in different states for serving patients who are in that state?
So the FDA has got an interesting legal case on that. They say, look, if you purchase products, for example, that come out of the state as well, like an API or the bags or anything from that perspective, you're still interstate commerce and therefore you're still FDA regulated. So even if you were in the situation of 503B, let's just say in LA, and you were only doing business in the state of California, but you were buying product from outside and bringing it in, like the bags themselves, then you still are pretty...
I see. That's interesting.
Yeah. Can I agree with Lynn? I would think regardless of the state that you're in, if you're a 503B, you need to meet those FDA 503B guidelines.
Yep. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's, if you look at it, that's why we come back to, right? A lot of this data is going to be from CGMP. We could argue that there are certain areas of CGMP that may tweak from CMOs and drug manufacturers, but it's still CGMP, 21 CFR. And so I'll be very curious about some of the meetings that are happening moving forward, right, with some folks who are looking to get approvals, who have had this 6-7 years worth of CMC and adverse event data, to see how much the FDA is willing to adopt moving forward, because to me, that's going to be the biggest question outstanding moving forward, is how does the FDA view that data that doesn't come from traditional, right, the traditional means of double-blinded studies, et cetera, from CROs.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting. And also, if I remember correctly, you have to have the organization CGMP compliant, but also sometimes individual products related as well. That's still the case even for 503B situation.
Can you repeat that?
So, sometimes you have to have when we deal with manufacturers, we look at them as a company as well as for individual products. So they normally show us for this product, we've already had inspection and qualified as CGMP. Is that the same case for 503B as well? Or
503Bs are a little bit different in the fact of you report to the FDA every 6 months what you make. So, June and December, you tell the FDA, this is what we've done over the last 6 months. And 503Bs are limited if they're doing it from bulk to what's on that bulk's list. But for example, I'll pick on Saeed. If Saeed in this situation wanted to do morphine today and wanted to do testosterone tomorrow, he could, right? Because as long as he's got the validated processes to move forward with it, then that's fine. As a 503B, you're not limited to one product, and that's actually what makes them unique. And you think about what happened with COVID, right? We weren't sure what the next drug shortage was going to be because people weren't, for example, expecting the drugs that needed to be used for vents, right? And so 503Bs were able to turn on a dime, unlike pharma, and it's because of that mechanism where you could do anything that's on that bulks list that we were talking about. That's why it's a slippery slope. It's going to be interesting to see what people take from that 503B list to go get approvals. But remember, as more people go get approvals, more drugs are going to come off that list. And then the uniqueness of it and the ability for 503Bs to be able to resolve some drug shortages could be reduced. So, right, it's sort of a public policy conundrum is which way do you want this to go? Do you want more approvals or do you want the ability to help resolve drug shortages easier and quicker?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, any thoughts from you side on using the 505B2 logic for new use for an existing drug using the 503B path? Because that sounds like it's a very a quick way to get new drugs for a new use, for instance, especially ones that already been approved for other indications.
I think that's a good way to go. But again, I think there are some documentation and submission issues. 55B2 does mention about the ANDA, and then there is three different kind of applications you can submit based on the one of the studies you have done. There's BLA, the BABE studies, any of the literature. And any of those categories. And if we are able to submit any of those ANDA applications for the existing product API, the only thing which I think, again, Lee can clarify a little bit onto say manufacturing like medication. I mean, if it's any drug which is manufactured already, 503Bs are not supposed to mimic the similar drug. So those are the issues we run into, even if you go through the 505B2 route.
That's interesting. I mean, this is related to the last point about ROI. I mean, what I find it very interesting is that if there is a way for us to use the 505B2 for a drug that's been approved, say, for oral, and you're now using for a rare disease that is skin, so you're doing topical. If one could use a 503B organization to achieve that, then you don't, and then show obviously any local toxicity and all that. One could theoretically approve drugs really fast or get it to patients' hands faster than the traditional 505B2 path for a new use, a new delivery drug. I mean, I like to throw it out there because this is huge if that is possible.
But Ken, are you inferring that an oral or a dosage form of an oral could be translated over to a transdermal or a skin drug delivery? I mean, there's a tremendous, I would think the formulation and all the bioavailability and that's all going to be variable.
That's right. So the question is how much of that data that one needs to provide especially from the safety point of view, because that's the one that's going to need the largest amount of patient exposure to show benefit.
Yeah, I think it would be quite difficult if I was. I think it'd be difficult to approve a dosage form from an oral over to a topical. I mean, even now with this, as you mentioned earlier, the earlier talk, Lee, about the skin. I mean, in the creams. Just the level of the studies that should be conducted on transdermal drug delivery and the vehicle has completely different outcomes. So if you're looking at clinical outcomes, I think there's a lot of issues here that one has to take into effect. It's the formulation, it's the outcome, the drug delivery. In addition to what you're bringing up, is the drug appropriate for that 505b2 or an orphan drug type thing? I think, Ken.
So the interesting thing.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the interesting thing on that point is if you look at the FDA, they sort of have given mixed messages, right? Again, not to knock the FDA at all, but if you look at what they said with the pain medications, right, and specifically the pain creams, there wasn't enough data associated with that, and that if we were going to allow certain things to move forward with the pain creams, right, putting aside the reimbursement issues, right, we needed to show more of a clinical need because there wasn't enough data out there. And then take a look at what was said just 2 days ago with the 503B and quinacrine. So quinacrine in this situation has been around, obviously, for a long period of time. I think it should be on the list. But they allowed that to be able to be used both in oral and topical format, right, from a bulk list perspective for different types of dermatological-based issues. And so I think the FDA does recognize that there is the ability to move between those dosage forms, but it's been a mixed message, and it's been a onesie and a twosie situation, right? It's only when there's a certain limited products with a very long, let me say it that way, knowledge base of what's been done in the pharmacy space when they allow a pharmacist to move forward with that.
Interesting.
And they probably take into effect the potency or the toxicological profile of that compound.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you can take a look at quinacrine, and obviously it's been around long enough, it's been used long enough that people know how it's going to be absorbed and what the AUC is going to be.
Yeah, because I've actually repurposed compounds. This comes under the repurposing story, right? I've done repurposing where FDA asked us to update the NDA, as it were, because it was approved, before many of the regulations in the 50s and 60s. But this whole area of repurposing, not as a ANDA kind of story, repurposing under 505b2, where the 503 B could enable that early launch of a product is huge. Yeah. Especially in orphan rare diseases, it's massive because even though there are 7,000 known diseases, only 5% have a drug that's out there for them, or 5% of the diseases. Okay, and less than 10% have a development because I think it's not a large percentage have a population that's greater than 3,500 patients. Mm-hmm. And if we are talking about orphanization, which is you take, even Alzheimer's, I believe is like oncology. The problem with Alzheimer's is everybody thinks it's just one disease. It's not. It's actually a constellation of diseases. So if we were to subset it out to even single digit, low double digit of how you describe an Alzheimer's patient, you're much better off, you're more likely to get a efficacious drug against those patients. And if there's a way for us to repurpose drugs, because there are a lot of drugs that come around, and at the end of the day, especially mechanism basis, on systemic biology mechanism, it's very common. In my opinion, majority of the diseases have a immunological component, right? And and there are so many drugs that have been approved for immunology-related diseases, so they could easily be used for a new disease through a different, delivery. So if there is a way for us to approve a repurposed drug with a different delivery through 505b2, but then using a 503B organization, it's huge. It's massive.
And I think it's a possibility, and I'll give you a perfect example. So we've been talking about COVID a little bit, and what is one of the main...
COVID is a great example. Yeah.
And what's one of the drugs that we've seen that work? Steroids, dexamethasone, right? And dexamethasone obviously was never intended to be used for COVID, but when you use it now to help treat the cytokine storm that happens at the end of it, right? It's actually a great drug in that perspective. And so that it's a perfect example as to one that you could repurpose. And another way that to do this, and I agree with you, Kenneth, to your point, is to look, if you could use a drug, particularly in the orphan space, where we are going through trial, it's hard to study that drug because the end population is very small, right? That's why it's an orphan drug to begin with. And you can able to help more patients, right? Whether it be first through patient choice, et cetera, through a 503B to get more patient access going through there. I think it's a great thing and it could help more people out. FDA's concern, and I don't want to speak for them obviously, but I've had many conversations on this topic with them, is look, we don't want the clinical trials to become a cash show, right? We want you to pay to buy the drugs as you move forward. And so that's their biggest issue is now having cash through the trials themselves. But I do think it needs to be balanced, right? So where you can have patient access, particularly for some of these rare diseases, through a 503B. And I think that's something that has to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what's also been happening, I don't know if you've been following this, there's this, AI systems being used to recognize what drug could be used in what disease. Mm-hmm. And so, and they did that for COVID, right? A few things were churned out, especially in the complement system, because people believe the complement system is heavily involved in the COVID, especially long COVID, for instance. And there are drugs that have been developed for complement, targeting complement system, and AI system picked it up. Then the question is, can you then, these are existing drugs. And the reason why that whole AI coming up with an idea for a drug is failed is because there was no way to test those.
Right.
The results that the system was showing. So if there was a way to say, okay, why don't we use a 503B organization to create what could be given to then patients, and then through a 505B2 you approve those, it'll bring a lot of investors to this space. A lot of investors. They can tie in, because a lot of money has gone into AI-based drug discovery, development, and that's been struggling. So that could really kickstart that area in a big way if that happens.
And to me, that's where I see the future, right? Everybody, where do you going as sort of the trade association is? I see it sitting in between and being that valuable resource to be able to say, look, we can help rare diseases, we can help drug shortages, and we can help the drug development process.
Yeah. And tied to that, of course, the payer has to recognize it. You see, that's right. The biggest problem has been the payer. Payer is reimbursing for the drug, and then separately for the procedure. If they can reimburse it for the solution, where the drug and the procedure, is considered as one, then and then you link that to. In my case, we are also going down the path of, if it doesn't work, you don't pay. So you're standing by what you're creating. That's one of the reasons for one of the companies that I'm involved in. We're going all the way to commercial. We're not trying to lob it over to another pharma to take it over. And, that whole model is a mess, in my opinion. Unless you are one size fits all, spray and pray is your strategy, which has been there in pharma for such a long time. That's got to go away. And I think that's changing,
You're right. Well, and CAR-T, again, that went up again, but it's a perfect example, right? We can charge it. Doesn't work, you only pay $500, right? For all the services that go into it.
Absolutely. I don't know if Vivian is on the line. I think the session is going to end soon. I don't know if audience have any questions for us.
Yes, I am on the line. Yeah, are there any questions? You can put them in the chat, or you could raise your hand and ask.
I think there was one gentleman or somebody who was trying to ask the question, but we were not able to hear. But chat, I'm monitoring the chat, and I'm not seeing any questions.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. So nobody's got any questions, because it's a really great discussion, and there's so much coming down the pipe.
Absolutely. So what time does I think 12:40 is what we set up for, right?
Exactly, 12:40. So we're right on. So if anybody has any parting comments, we can leave with those.
No, I think I've learned a lot thanks to you guys. This is an area that I only recently started reading about. I've got the manual of compendium I have to go through now. It's the famous one that you guys probably know by heart, But the thing that I'm from thinking about the future, the thing that I'm really, really excited about, and you might want to check in this, is the 3D printing of drugs. So the way I see this happening is, pharmacies are going to have a 3D printer, and they're going to print the drugs according to the profile of the patient. So create doses, medium. See, right now the doses that are created are for regulatory reasons. The only reason why warfarin has multiple doses is because it's got a very narrow therapeutic index. Okay, so by definition, pharma industry always looks for a wide therapeutic index, but that doesn't help when you're trying to titrate the dose to a patient's progress. Okay, so we are looking at, in my opinion, 3D printing in local pharmacies to print the drugs, and then ultimately it might actually end up in people's houses. Okay, where prescription leading to printing, and all that they have to get is the actual tube that then is used to print the drug. And there's so much information in this space. I highly recommend you guys look at it, because that might be the future of how the 503B organization might end up. That is, you end up having your manufacturing in your house for whatever drug or vitamin or minerals or whatever you think about. Yeah.
Well, thank
Okay.
you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Have a great one.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next session is moving from a 503A to a 503B, and it is a video recording. So if everybody could just step out of the room and then step back in so I can upload the video, that would be appreciated. So just kind of leave the room and then jump back in. Okay? Thank you.
going to one patient, I can easily risk assess this and make an exception. In a GMP environment, you can't just make decisions like that on the fly. There's a little bit more process involved. Documentation. So documentation, we'll talk more about this as we go through. One of the big guys, and I think probably one of the more uphill battles in making the transition, right? Everything has to be documented. It wasn't documented. It didn't happen, to use the old adage, but that's for everything. So your documentation is really your record of everything you've done and what that means, and if it worked out, if it was effective, if it was not effective, you know, everything you have, every step along the way must be documented, and it must be, you know, integrated and have integrity into your process. Operators must be trained to carry out and document procedures. So CFR 211.25 explains that, you know, your operators and your staff must need to be qualified, and then they need to have appropriate training. So that's, again, not so different than probably what you're used to in 797. Equipment must be clean, maintained, and calibrated. Again, probably not so different, but there is, going back to the cross-contamination, there is a larger burden to prove that your equipment is properly cleaned. Okay, so you must control your APIs, components, devices, closure systems, etc. So there is a provision that anything you bring in is qualified. So I'm going to buy drugs from one source. I'm going to buy stoppers and vials and bags and tubings, et cetera. And all of those things have to go through a qualification process. The vendors have to be vetted. Quality agreements should be set up. And these things are used to assure that you have consistency. And these things all need to be inspected and accepted into production, usually through your quality management system. So deviations must be investigated and documented. This is a